Right now at 6, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino back in Chicago and has at least one community on edge.
The son of Rob Reiner, formally charged in the death of his parents. He will be in court today.
Pope Leo ready to give a big promotion to a bishop in Joliet.
And take a live look outside this morning. We are finally above freezing. But Mike says we have some rain on the way.
Hopefully it'll get rid of all that dirty snow out there, right?
Exactly.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natalie Bumke.
Anthony Ponce. Let's get straight over to Mr. Kaplan for the details on this. My gutters are going to be happy about this.
All that ice coming out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I can properly sweep them out.
The good plan. I want to give a quick shout out to George Tamalunas. It was his picture that we just showed a few minutes ago, that beautiful sunset there in Valparaiso. And we've seen some beautiful sunshine yesterday, that is for sure. And you'll see some sun today as well. This is the view from the roof. Skies have cleared out across most of Chicagoland. There's a little bit of cloud cover approaching from the west, so it won't be as perfectly sunny as it was yesterday, but still enough sun, in my opinion, to get us back into the 40s. 35 at 9, still in the process of melting. 41 degrees at noon. A little bit cloudier at 4 o'clock when the temperature will be 38 degrees. Here's what you've got now. 35 at O'Hare in the lakefront. We have dropped to 28 in Sugar Grove, 35 at Kankakee, 34 at Gary, Michigan City, and in Valparaiso, it is 35 degrees. Let's get it over to Gabriella now to find out where the slowdowns are on this Wednesday morning.
Yeah, it is Wednesday, Mike. Let's remember that. He's giving me a little bit of a hard time because I got the day wrong yesterday. It was yesterday, Mike. Today's a new day, okay? I also got the time wrong today. Other than that, hey, let's talk about traffic because I know what's going on there. We have minimal slowdowns, honestly, just near spots that are typical to slow down this time of morning, like the Bishop Ford approaching 95th, parts of the Stevenson. But over on the inbound side of the Eisenhowers, where we had some extra slowdowns, I figured something was going on there. They had 2 left lanes blocked overnight due to some road work. It was between St. Charles Road and the Tri-State. That has cleared, but on the other side, we have a crash reported, and that's what just moved over there on the outbound side of the Eisenhower. I'm guessing just after the Tri-State. That's where I'm seeing more of the stop and go. Your travel time, starting with the Ike, it's at 30 minutes from Route 390 to the old post office. 25 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. 25 as well on the Stevenson, closer to 25 on the Dan Bryan from 95th to the Byrd interchange. Anthony.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. Community advocates say that 15 people were detained by Border Patrol agents in Chicago yesterday as Greg Bovino and company returned to town. Roseanne is live with the impact of this enforcement effort and some reaction to the return of Greg Bovino. Roseanne.
Well, Anthony, nowhere have they felt it more than here in Little Village. Businesses took a big hit as so many residents, shoppers steered clear of the area, concerned about potential encounters with border agents. Well, now they are back. And yesterday they were spotted on the city's southwest side, where Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino himself was seen near 33rd Street in Ridgeway. We're told there are 200 agents back on the streets here. Agents with tactical gear were seen detaining at least one person. Businesses in Little Village say scenes like that have shoppers wary. The usually bustling community, particularly at this time of year over the holidays, hasn't recovered from the first round of immigration sweeps, and now this.
They're afraid, and I don't know, people don't want to go out, even in the mall. People don't want to go shopping.
And it's a drop in sales too, right?
Yeah, the business is going down. And I think it's for everyone, not just in here.
Once again, people are being reminded to exercise their rights. They are getting their whistles back out. We heard them yesterday. They're prepared to alert their neighbors when agents are in the neighborhood. Governor Pritzker said he's unsure how long they plan to stay. In Little Village, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you. And the man convicted of killing a Chicago police officer is sentenced to life in prison.
Brian is here in studio with the very latest. Brian.
Well, following a week-long trial, that judge sentenced 21-year-old Stephen Montano in the death of Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. In July, a jury found Montano guilty of killing Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. Montano testified that he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot the officer during that incident. Prosecutors say that Officer Vasquez Lasso was shot 5 times while responding to a domestic disturbance call. The president of the Fraternal Order of Police spoke after that sentence was handed down.
It's a loss they'll never get over. And she said Andres was the breadwinner for their family. He took care of not only his wife, but his mother, his sister, his niece, and that hole's gone forever. Not just the financial component, but the moral support, the camaraderie. It's just, and Hispanic families are very, very close, and that's just something that's never going to be replaced.
Montana will be eligible for parole after 40 years. Anthony?
All right. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. A federal jury has sided with Chicago police officers in a red line shooting case from 2020. This case centered on Ariel Roman, who was shot by former officer Malvina Bogart during a struggle in 2020 at the Red Line Grand subway station. Criminal charges were later brought against her. She has been acquitted of aggravated battery and misconduct. COPA later found the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. No damages have been awarded to Roman.
A doctor in Kane County is in custody, accused of sexually assaulting a teenager with an intellectual disability. 33-year-old Trevor Roston worked as a hospitalist for Advocate Sherman in Elgin. He's also certified in pediatrics. He has since been fired and is now facing several felony counts of sexual assault. Prosecutors say in late November, Roston was staying at the same Elgin hotel as the 16-year-old victim. They don't believe Roston knew the teen. They say the teen was not a former patient. Roston allegedly followed the victim into a bathroom near the hotel pool and sexually assaulted them. Advocate Sherman Hospital says it is deeply disturbed by the charges.
President Trump will deliver an Oval Office address tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. In an interview with Fox News, his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said that Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. The speech is scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. It will air here on Fox 32.
Nick Reiner, the son accused of killing his parents. Legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and wife Michelle will be in court today, where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter. Nick Reiner is currently being held without bail. He has hired a high-profile attorney, Alan Jackson, to defend him, who is best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed. The
search is intensifying for the Brown University shooter. Providence, Rhode Island police released some enhanced videos and a timeline of a person of interest's movements. The attack happened in an engineering building classroom during final exams on Saturday. 2 students were killed, 9 others were injured, and a $50,000 reward is being offered for information. A suspected gunman in Sydney's Bondi Beach massacre is now charged with 59 offenses, including 15 charges of murder. 2 shooters, a father and son, killed 15 people on Sunday in an anti-Semitic mass shooting targeting Jews that were there, gathered on the beach celebrating the first night of Hanukkah. 24-year-old suspect Naveed Akram remains hospitalized. His father died at the scene.
There are reports that Pope Leo is considering a big promotion for a bishop out of Joliet. Pope Leo is expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks as the next Archbishop of New York. Current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75. Hicks is currently the head of the diocese in Joliet. He was born in Harvey and grew up in South Holland. That is so exciting.
Yeah, big promotion.
What a high-profile role,
for sure.
right?
New York.
Who's he going to root for, though, sports teams-wise?
Well,
that is the question. That is the question. We know where the Pope's loyalty lies, so we have that.
Maybe that's why the Pope chose him, because he's a White Sox fan, you know?
I'm rooting for him to root for the Mets, because I'm kind of sick of what do the Yankees have, 8,000 World Series titles at this point? Come on.
All right. Well, we'll see. I'd like for him to still be a Chicago fan, maybe. We'll see.
There you go.
We had such a much warmer day yesterday. Did you guys get outside and enjoy it at all?
Not enough.
Not enough.
But the walk to and from the car has been way more pleasant, right, Natalie?
Yes.
There's that.
There's no burning sensation.
Yeah.
The likelihood of getting any truly Arctic air here anytime soon is gone. No big snowstorms. And I've got a big warm-up, I think, on the way for next week. Today is going to be pretty good. Kids going to school, I think maybe one less layer than they've needed in recent days, with temperatures in the mid-30s here in about an hour. At noon, back into the low 40s, just like yesterday, with a mix mixture of clouds and sun. Maybe a little bit cloudier by 3 o'clock, still 41 degrees. I'm going to say drippy because everything is melting and it's just kind of wet out there right now. We've got 35 in O'Hare, 35 in the lakefront, 33 in Joliet, 34 in Kankakee. A few spots have dropped to freezing or below. Chicago Heights looks like one of the colder spots, 30. Of course, Aurora's airport, as always, it's 28 degrees right now. But compared with 6 a.m. yesterday, look at the temperature difference. 20-plus degrees warmer in some instances, including a 22-degree bump in Woodstock, 14 degrees warmer at Midway. Highs today at a time of year when mid-30s would be normal. I think we can get to 42 for the official high. And even though our model is throwing some upper 30s into McHenry County, DeKalb County, I bet you get to 40 degrees there as well. Tomorrow, even warmer, but it will be wetter. I'll show you when to expect the rain just a little bit.
Thank you, Mike. Healthcare premiums are in limbo for millions of Americans as lawmakers scramble to come up with an insurance fix before the end of the year. We'll be right back.
The Chicago
Immigration enforcement could be ramping up again in Chicago.
Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino was spotted in Little Village yesterday. He spent more than 2 months there leading Operation Midway Blitz before leaving in mid-November. Federal officials say this operation is far from over.
President Trump will address the nation tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. He's going to speak at 8 o'clock. You can see it right here on Fox 32.
And Nick Reiner will be in court today where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges in the deaths of both of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday, discovered by their daughter.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says that he will not call a vote to extend enhanced subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. That all but guarantees they will expire at the end of this month. Speaker Johnson says, though, Republicans have a plan that provides more choices for Americans than Obamacare currently offers.
It reduces premium cost through cost-sharing reduction payments. It brings pharmacy benefit manager transparency and removes the hidden cost of prescription drugs. It allows small business owners and independent workers to form association health plans.
Johnson says he will call for a vote on the Republican plan soon. It's a plan Democrats, though, are sure to oppose.
5 more countries are being added to the White House's travel ban list. The Trump administration says the countries from Africa and the Middle East have, quote, widespread corruption and unreliable civil documents, which makes it hard to vet people coming into the U.S. This move comes as the president is looking to tighten entry standards for travel and immigration. And today, the president plans to travel to Delaware to take part in the dignified transfer of 2 Iowa National Guard members' remains. They, along with a U.S. civilian that was working in Syria as an interpreter, they were killed in a surprise attack in the Syrian desert on Saturday. The U.S. believes that ISIS was behind these shootings. President Trump has vowed retaliation.
6:15 now, and we've got some even better news in the weather department than yesterday. If you don't mind getting through a little rain on the way there, Mike.
Yeah, tomorrow, especially in the morning, it's going to be raining, but it'll be in the upper 40s. And next week, just in time for Christmas, we may be looking at some 50s, really unseasonable warmth on the way. Out there right now, we have an area of cloud cover going away from Chicagoland and another area of cloudiness that you see assembling off to the west. This one's going to be moving in here over the next few hours. So today, not as perfectly sunny as what we had yesterday, but I think partly sunny is going to get it done. Are you looking forward to the Bears game? Well, here's the forecast. Hasn't changed much. If anything, I've raised my temperature forecast at kickoff time by 1 degree since yesterday. I think it'll be 36 degrees for that 7:20 kickoff. Skies should be partly cloudy, no precipitation, and it does not look as though it will be windy out there. Now, today, we're going to be maxing out around 42 degrees. Yesterday, we hit 40. I think we can beat that by a couple of degrees. It just won't be as perfectly sunny. The winds, less, though. Yesterday, if you were outside, it was a little bit on the blustery side, but that was blowing in the milder air. Tonight, kind of an interesting one. Cloud cover is going to increase. Temperatures will drop early and then actually rise through the 40s. So when that rain moves in here, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, temperatures will be squarely in the 40s on our way to a high of 48 degrees tomorrow. Then we get a cold front. Rain will end around lunchtime. Then we may get a brief snow shower in the evening. No big deal with that. But it will be colder on Friday. Back up to 44 for the high Saturday. A little bit of a downturn Sunday before the next warming trend. And that's just the beginning of things. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I think, are going to be way above normal. Gabriella Primus has turned now to tell us about the commute this morning.
All right, Mike, we have Skyflocks up this morning, and they're over southbound Route 53, just coming off the Jane Addams here. Traffic moving good in this area. We did have a report, and I think my icon just went away, but it was southbound on 355, so the Veterans Memorial Tollway near I-55, where there was a report of a lady going into labor and on the right shoulder and is also blocking a right lane now. She's with EMS and going over to a Bolingbrook Hospital, but still a little bit of slowdown in that area just to be alert of. Good thing things cleared up right away. Let's talk about your drive times going into the city. Not much has changed. 25 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Same with the Eisenhower. 30 minutes now on the Stevenson. 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan. Anthony, Natalie.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabby. Appreciate it. President Trump will deliver an address to the nation tonight as the administration is hoping to end the year on firmer footing.
Doug Luzader has more this morning from Washington on what we can expect.
Through a sea of raised phones, President Trump emerged last night at the White House for a Hanukkah celebration.
I guess you've mostly been here, but you like it a lot better with Trump than you like it with Biden.
And that may be Trump's essential message tonight. The country is better with him than his predecessor.
I know you guys will all be tuning in.
The White House won't say much, only that the president will look back on his first year and ahead toward the next.
All that he's done to bring our country back to greatness and all he continues to plan to do to continue delivering for the American people over the next 3 years.
But look for a heavy focus on the economy and perhaps what to do about expiring Obamacare subsidies.
It's not the same as it was before. Once it expires, the toothpaste is out of the tube.
It's an issue Democrats have been hitting hard. And on foreign policy, President Trump just announced a new blockade on Venezuelan oil, following renewed attacks on suspected drug boats.
Of course, we're not going to release a top secret full unedited video of that to the general public.
War Secretary Pete Hegseth says he won't fully release a video of a September attack that included a follow-on strike on survivors. But in a striking interview with Vanity Fair, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles suggested this was all part of a pressure campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The president, she said, wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle.
All right, looping Doug into the conversation right now. And Doug, there's a wide range of topics that the president could cover in his address tonight. What is expected to be his primary message?
Well, we don't know. The White House, as is typical with these kinds of things, trying to, build some interest in this and not really divulging what he's going to get into beyond saying that it's going to be a look back at the first year in this term, and then looking ahead to what's going to happen in the next three. So I would expect we're going to see a healthy mix of domestic issues as well as foreign policy in there.
Okay, we got to talk about this Vanity Fair interview, Doug. Some shocking revelations with White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles at one point saying that President Trump has an alcoholic's personality. She's saying that her words were taken out of context, but some liberal media outlets are speculating that maybe there could be a shakeup within the White House come the new year.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to what she's saying, that it needs some context. When you actually read that Vanity Fair article and you see that alcoholic reference in context, you kind of get what she's talking about, which is she was simply saying that a lot of alcoholics in her mind, and she was the daughter of an alcoholic, that they have big personalities. And she said, like that, Trump has a big personality. The president, of course, famously abstains from alcohol, so there's really no question there. But the president himself has indicated that that if he drank, he might be an alcoholic. So, they're really trying to close ranks around Susie Wiles after this interview. There's no question that it set tongues wagging around here. Mm-hmm. But by all indications, she still has the support of the president, despite some disclosures in this article that have created some discomfort within the administration.
Doug, thank you so much, and we will see what he chooses to talk about tonight during that address. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
All right, a Northside neighborhood sounding off about a nearby homeless encampment, and they want the city to do something about it. We'll tell you more coming up.
There's no place.
Welcome back. A Northside neighborhood fed up with a homeless encampment. They are demanding, the residents that is, demanding the city take action here. Residents in Chicago's North Park neighborhood say that there have been fires and explosions in the middle of Legion Park. Our cameras were there. They captured some city crews clearing the encampment there back in September after one of those fires broke out. Residents say that they are worried about the use of propane gas by people living in the tents not far away from their homes. They want the city to establish a minimum distance or safety buffer between the encampment and their homes.
You have a heart, and I'm a human being, and I feel for them on a human level, but it's been really hard having them live right in our backyard. It's just lots of garbage. There's drug dealing, there's drug use in the middle of the day, there's fires, there's explosions, there's parties and shouting all hours of the night.
The Chicago Park District says it is reviewing the proposal from the neighbors about establishing a minimum distance between the camp and the homes, and that it is working with other city services to move people from the encampment to shelters and long-term housing.
In Indiana, Senate lawmakers will be discussing the death penalty and the use of a firing squad. If passed into law, it would allow death by firing squad executions if medications for the drugs cannot be obtained, or if an inmate chooses a firing squad at least 30 days before their execution date. 5 states currently allow the firing squad executions. The Illinois High School Association expanding its football playoffs to include more teams from across the state. The field will be expanded by 128 teams. There will now be a total of 384 teams that make it to the postseason. The number of classes, though, will remain at 8.
Howard Stern is sticking with Sirius XM for 3 more years. The radio host made that announcement to his listeners yesterday. There was a report earlier this year which suggested Stern's show could have been canceled. Stern says the new deal will give him, quote, more flexibility and, quote, free time. His current contract expires at the end of this year.
The king of summer blockbusters, Steven Spielberg, is back, and the trailer for his new movie, Disclosure Day, is now out.
If you found out we weren't alone, if someone showed you, proved it to you, would that frighten you?
It appears to be a return of his extraterrestrial invasion specialty like E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and War of the Worlds. Disclosure Day hits theaters on June 12th. And we were just saying Emily Blunt is a meteorologist, possibly turned alien.
I'm suddenly frightened of our entire weather department. Mike Kaplan sitting over there. What does that grin portend?
Hey, we have our own Emily on our weather team.
Yes,
here.
That's right.
But yeah, Jake was texting me that yesterday, and I watched the full trailer for that. It looks very interesting.
I like the looks of that trailer.
Yeah, could be cool. Could be cool. Yeah. All right, weather-wise, we hit 40 degrees yesterday. The first time we've been above freezing since last Wednesday. This is just the beginning of a warming trend. If you think it's warm this week, wait till you see what's on tap next week. I've got the forecast coming up from outer space.
'Tis the season.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago here during our 6 o'clock hour. We appreciate you joining us.
And here's some of the top stories we're following for you this morning. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino is back in Chicago and has at least one community on edge.
The son of Rob Reiner is formally charged in the deaths of his parents. He will be in court today.
Pope Leo ready to give a big promotion to a bishop in Joliet.
Indeed, huge promotion within the Catholic Church there. 6:30 here back in Chicago, talking about New York City. He could be bound for New York City, Mike Kaplan. And here locally, we are downright balmy outside compared to where we were.
Oh, you aren't kidding. Yesterday felt so good to be outside, even though it was rather windy. Today, temperatures are likely to get a couple of degrees warmer than what we saw yesterday, and it won't be as windy, but it also won't be as perfectly sunny. Out there, though, right now, skies are mainly clear. I think we'll see a good deal of early sunshine, but there is a little bit of cloud cover approaching from the west, and that will filter into our sky here throughout the day today. So I'm going to call it partly sunny, not mostly sunny like it was yesterday. What have you got for temperatures right now? Well, most of us are at or above freezing. A few spots a little bit colder with the clearing trend that has just taken place. Temperatures which all night long were 36, 37 have dropped a little bit. 32 at Woodstock, DeKalb, Morris 33, 36 at Merrillville, 35 at Valparaiso. Today, topping out pretty much area-wide in the low 40s. I'm calling it 42 for the official high today, with even warmer temperatures on tap for tomorrow. Flying along with Sky Fox, it looks like traffic on that interstate moving pretty well.
Yeah, a low traffic volume here on 294. We're traveling southbound with some traffic. We just passed over I-55 there. No incidents to report really on 294, any of our tollways right now. Our drive time's looking okay, still under 30 minutes there on the Kennedy, as well as over on the Eisenhower, around 30 on the Stevenson, 25 on the Dan Ryan. Before you get to the Dan Ryan, on the northbound side of I-57, there's a crash reported at the Cal-Sac Bridge. Be aware of this, blocking at least a lane here, a little bit stop-and-go traffic as you approach that area. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. Whistles are sounding once again on the streets of Chicago, alerting the public that Greg Bovino and company, they're back in town.
Roseanne is live with the impact of immigration enforcement once again in the city. Roseanne?
Well, Natalie and Anthony here in Little Village, they're still feeling the impact of Greg Bovino's previous visit to the city. Residents are shaken and local businesses are really concerned about the economic impact. Now, yesterday, a procession of Border Patrol vehicles was seen snaking through the city, rolling right through stoplights and cutting in front of other cars as they made their way to the Broadview ICE facility. We're told 200 agents hit the streets here yesterday, along with their chief, Greg Bovino. Whistles sounded near 33rd Street and Ridgeway, where Bovino was spotted with agents in tactical gear. Community advocates say by day's end, at least 15 people had been detained from Chicago's southwest side. Governor Pritzker addressed Bovino's return.
We're not given any notice by them, and they seem to already be deploying again with masks and unmarked cars and SUVs into neighborhoods. They call it enforcement. We call it harassment.
And later this hour, we're going to have more on concerns about the economic impact of these new immigration enforcement measures. In Little Village this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. The man convicted of killing a Chicago police officer is sentenced to life in prison.
Brian Jackson is here in studio with the very latest. Brian.
Well, following a week-long trial, a judge sentenced 21-year-old Stephen Montano in the death of Chicago officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. In July, a jury found Montano guilty of killing Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. Montano testified that he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot the officer during the incident. Prosecutors say that Officer Vasquez Lasso was shot 5 times while responding to a domestic disturbance call. The president of the Fraternal Order of Police spoke after the sentence was delivered.
It's a loss they'll never get over. And she said Andres was the breadwinner for the family. He took care of not only his wife, but his mother, his sister, his niece, and that hole's gone forever. Not just the financial component, but the moral support, the camaraderie. It's just, and Hispanic families are very, very close, and that's just something that's never going to be replaced.
Montana will be eligible for parole after 40 years. Anthony?
All right, thank you, Brian. A federal jury sides with Chicago police officers in that red line shooting case from 2020. This case centered on Ariel Roman. He was shot by former officer Melvina Bogard during a struggle in 2020 at the Grand Station, right at State and Grand there. Criminal charges were later brought against her. She was acquitted, though, of aggravated battery and misconduct. COPA, however, later found that the shooting did violate department policy and was unjustified. However, no damages were awarded to Ariel Roman.
A doctor in Kane County is in custody, accused of sexually assaulting a teenager with an intellectual disability. 33-year-old Trevor Roston worked as a hospitalist for Advocate Sherman in Elgin. He's also certified in pediatrics. He has since been fired and is now facing several felony counts of sexual assault. Prosecutors say in late November, Roston was staying at the same Elgin hotel as the 16-year-old victim. They don't believe that Roston knew the teen. They say the teen was not a former patient. Roston allegedly followed the victim into a bathroom near the hotel pool, locking the door and sexually assaulting them.
Other news, President Trump will deliver an address from the Oval Office tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year back in office. In an interview with Fox News, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said that Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. The address is scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. It will air right here on Fox 32.
Nick Reiner, the son accused of killing his parents' legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and wife Michelle, will be in court today, where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter. Nick Reiner is currently being held without bail. But he has hired a high-profile attorney, Alan Jackson, to defend him, who is best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed.
The search, meantime, is intensifying for the shooter at Brown University. Providence, Rhode Island police released enhanced videos and a timeline of the movements of a person of interest. This attack happened in an engineering building classroom during finals on Saturday. 2 students were killed, 9 others were injured. A $50,000 reward is being offered for any information. And a suspected gunman in Sydney's Bondi Beach massacre has now been charged with 59 offenses, including 15 charges of murder. 2 shooters, a father and son, killed 15 people on Sunday in an anti-Semitic mass shooting targeting Jews that were there on the beach celebrating night 1 of Hanukkah. 24-year-old suspect Naveed Akram, he remains hospitalized. His father died at the scene.
There are reports that Pope Leo is considering a big promotion for a bishop out of Joliet. Listen to this. Pope Leo expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks as the next Archbishop of New York. Current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75. Hicks is currently the head of the diocese in Joliet. He was born in Harvey and grew up in South Holland.
South suburbs really representing at the higher echelons of the Catholic Church these days.
What a great portrait of the future Archbishop there, too, wasn't that? Yeah.
Yes.
Very good. So congratulations to him, apparently. And we have winning weather here. Yesterday made it up to 40 degrees. It was sunny. Today, I think it'll be a couple of degrees warmer, but maybe not quite as sunny. But, oh, boy, next week, I really think temperatures are going to go cray-cray just in time for Thanksgiving, for Christmas. All right, Gabriella's going to throw that back at me. Yeah, hopefully she heard that one. All right, here's what we've got. We've definitely turned the corner. We've done away with the bitterly cold air, the big snowstorms. Today, we've got 40s. I think we'll be way in the 40s tomorrow. There will be some rain tomorrow morning, just a chance of a brief snow shower toward evening. Not expecting accumulation, but boy, a big warm up. I'm talking 50s on the way for Christmas. 35 now, skies are clear at O'Hare. Not a lot of wind, so the wind chill's about the same as the actual temperature, and it won't be a windy day. That was kind of the downside yesterday. It was pretty blustery. So we're going to be in the warm sector today. That'll keep our highs in the 40s with a general southerly flow developing ahead of that. That's a storm system that will produce some rain here, not during evening hours. showers. I think it'll be during the morning tomorrow, likely impacting the morning commute. Then there's a gap in the precipitation early in the afternoon. The cold air punches in here late afternoon, and there may be a brief snow shower with that. But again, I'm not expecting any accumulation with that. But it will be a one-day hit of colder weather for Friday before we bounce temperatures back up again into the 40s here on Saturday. So that bodes well for the Bears game. Today, dialing it up to 42. Won't be windy. Skies are going to be partly sunny. Natalie?
Thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. A second doctor sentenced for the overdose death of actor Matthew Perry. A Vanity Fair interview, so many people talking about this today, with White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles generating a lot of buzz. What she had to say about the president and other staffers. And we're getting our first look at Steven Spielberg's next summer blockbuster. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Here's a live look over Millennium Park. It almost looks like one of those color-enhanced filters, doesn't it?
It does.
How awesome that sunrise is. 6:43. And by the way, Sunday is the shortest day of the year, so the days are going to start getting longer. That comes straight from Mike Kaplan.
Oh, I was going to say, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't normally know stuff like that, but he texted me personally because I love when it bottoms out and then we're on the up and up. All right, to the news now. 5 more countries are being added to the White House's travel ban list. The Trump administration says the countries from Africa and the Middle East have, quote, widespread corruption and unreliable civil documents. Now, the reason for that second comment, it makes it hard, the administration says, to vet people coming into the U.S. The move comes as the president is looking to tighten up entry standards for both travel and immigration.
President Trump ordering a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers coming and going from Venezuela. It's the latest escalation between the two countries. It's likely to put pressure on the country's leader, Nicolas Maduro. Last week, the U.S. military seized an oil oil tanker off the country's coast. Venezuela does have the world's largest proven oil reserves and relies on the resource as a lifeblood of its economy.
A professor at MIT was shot and killed at his home right near Boston. 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro was a theoretical physicist and fusion scientist and was considered a leading researcher on nuclear fusion. Authorities say he was shot Monday night, died at the hospital yesterday, and no arrests have been made in that shooting.
A second doctor sentenced for the overdose death of actor Matthew Perry, Mark Chavez, getting 8 months of home confinement and 300 hours of community service. He was facing up to 10 years in prison. Chavez was one of 5 people charged in connection to Perry's death earlier this month. Another doctor was sentenced to 2.5 years in federal prison for his involvement in the case.
Okay, when it comes to Christmas decorations, is there such thing as too much, too big? Well, a Colorado neighborhood is fighting back after a complaint over a massive Santa decoration. We'll tell you that coming up.
Immigration enforcement could be ramping up again in Chicago.
Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino was spotted in Little Village yesterday. He had spent more than 2 years here in Chicago leading Operation Midway Blitz before leaving in mid-November. Federal officials say the operation here locally is far from over.
President Trump will address the nation tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. He's going to speak at 8 o'clock. You can see it right here on Fox 32.
Nick Reiner will be in court today where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges. He is charged in the deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter.
6:49, and we've got a little bit of rain to contend with, possibly turning into snow later on, and then a warm-up, Mike.
Well, we've got a beautiful day on the way today. Maybe not as sunny as what we had yesterday,
Okay.
but just as warm. But there will be some rain here, I think, by this time tomorrow morning. But it will be rain And that may be good. Wash some of the gunk off the road in your cars. My car is just a beautiful color of gray right now, as are so many on the road. Temperatures most of the night were well above freezing. We have dropped at or below freezing in a few spots now because skies have cleared. That allowed temperatures to drop. 31 at Woodstock and DeKalb. We got 34 right now at Chicago Heights, Merrillville, and also Gary and Valparaiso, and Rensselaer for that matter. Skies are in the process of clearing. Today, temperatures are headed back into the 40s, I think pretty much area-wide. Our model's trying to hold numbers back a little bit as far north. I think you get into the 40s there, too. Now, watch what happens here tonight. Temperatures drop pretty close to freezing, and then they're going to start to rise overnight. In fact, during the wee hours of the morning, we'll be in the 40s, and tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., you're looking at mid-40s, warmer than it's been already all this week. I think we can max out in the upper 40s after the rain moves out of here for a while, but punch of cold air comes in behind a cold front. It won't be instantaneous, but that actual cold front may be accompanied by a brief snow shower tomorrow afternoon or evening. Nothing accumulation-wise expected with that. Here's our futurecast showing a mixture of clouds and sun out there today, but enough sun to get us back into the 40s. Tonight, during the evening hours, it is quiet. So what time does the rain move in? Well, here we are at 7 a.m. See some light showers cruising through, perhaps ramping up a little bit later in the morning and scooting out of here during the early afternoon hours. It is almost exactly, now it is exactly 6:51, and I see some activity. What do we got going on there, Gabrielle?
You know, Mike, it seems like pretty serious crash cleanup going on in the southbound side of the Eden. Skyfox Live over right now, blocking 2 left lanes, and this is near Winnetka Road. Traffic is starting before Willow Road, closer to Tower Road, all the way into this area. So if you're traveling inbound on the Edens, enter at Lake. That's going to save you a lot of time. You're going to skip all of this mess because, yes, still 2 left lanes blocked right now. They were just blocking 1 left lane, leaving just 1 for people to get by on the right side there, and then some people trying to use the shoulder as well. Keep this in mind. I'll give you some drive times here coming up, but there's one other crash to talk about. It's over on the northbound side of the tri-state. It's closer to 82nd. A lot less traffic in this area because it's over on the left shoulder, but still be aware of this as well. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Appreciate it. In a Northside neighborhood, many residents there fed up with a homeless encampment and is demanding that the city take action here. Residents in Chicago's North Park neighborhood say that there have been fires and explosions right in the middle of Legion Park. Our cameras did capture several city crews clearing the encampment there back in September after one of those fires broke out. Residents there say they are worried about the use of propane gas by people who are living in tents too close to their homes. So they want the city to establish a minimum distance or some kind of safety buffer between the encampment and their homes.
You have a heart, and I'm a human being, and I feel for them on a human level, but it's been really hard having them live right in our backyard. It's just lots of garbage. There's drug dealing, there's drug use in the middle of the day, there's fires, there's explosions, there's parties and shouting all hours of the night.
The Chicago Park District says it is reviewing the proposal from the neighbors about establishing a minimum distance between the camp and homes, and that it is working with other city services to move people from the encampment to shelters and long-term housing.
In Indiana, Senate lawmakers will be discussing the death penalty and the use of a firing squad. If passed into law, it would allow death by firing squad executions if medications for the drugs cannot be obtained, or if there's an inmate that chooses a firing squad at least 30 days before their execution date. Only 5 states currently allow for firing squad executions.
President Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, making waves with a recent interview she did with Vanity Fair, in which she said President Trump has, quote, an alcoholic personality. She later clarified that the quote means that he operates with a view that there's nothing he can't do. She also commented on plenty of other Trump staffers as well. Wiles called Vice President J.D. Vance a, quote, conspiracy theorist for a decade. She said Attorney General Pam Bondi, quote, completely whiffed on how she handled the release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents, and called billionaire Elon Musk a, quote, odd duck and, quote, avowed ketamine user. Wiles says, though, her words were all taken out of context and called the article a hit piece. President Trump is defending her, saying he is not offended by her comments.
The Illinois High School Association is expanding its football playoffs to include more teams from across the state. The field will be expanded by 128 teams, so there now will be a total of 384 teams that make it to the postseason. The number of classes, however, will remain at 8.
Howard Stern is sticking with Sirius XM for another 3 years. The radio host made that announcement to his listeners yesterday. There had been a report earlier in the year which suggested that his show could have been canceled. Stern says this new deal will give him, quote, more flexibility and more free time. His current contract does expire at the end of this year.
The king of summer blockbusters, Steven Spielberg, is back. And the trailer for his new movie, Disclosure Day, is now out.
If you found out we weren't alone, if someone showed you, proved it to you, would that frighten you?
It appears to be a return of his extraterrestrial invasion specialty like E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and War of the Worlds. Obviously starring Emily Blunt here, this new thriller.
Yeah.
Disclosure Day hits theaters on June 12th.
Yeah, the trailer was certainly intriguing. Yes, indeed.
I was surprised at how much staff that newsroom has.
Oh, yeah, in the
that's
control
featured.
room?
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that's a lot of people. And for Kansas City, too,
Yeah,
I think that's where she is.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. A Christmas decoration is causing a giant problem in a Colorado neighborhood. Look at that Santa right there, 28 feet tall. It's an inflatable Santa. It caused division in the town of Severance. Dora Flores and her family were told by their local HOA, take down that giant decoration because it exceeded height regulations. Now, after the family complied with the letter, the community got involved to save the Jolly Giant.
Seeing Santa every time you come in and out of the community is just so fun, and it brings so much joy, and all my kids always look for it.
I did receive a call from the upper management of our HOA apologizing and letting us know that we can keep Santa and that it was a mistake on their behalf.
We are celebrating Christmas, and so will you.
Yes.
So will you. Okay, yeah. Flores says the giant Santa will remain in their backyard through Christmas.
They have a lot of property there, though. That is a huge Santa.
I wonder where they.
Nice piece of land.
Can you just type Amazon.com and click on 28-foot? Get the 28-foot.
I think you need to find out,
We'll see.
and Winnetka needs to know. All right, plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead.
Boy.
Keep it right here.
Welcome back. Several women are suing dating apps Hinge and Tinder after they say the apps continued recommending a rapist to women in Denver, Colorado, even after reports of sexual assault.
The lawsuit accuses the apps of recommending convicted rapist Stephen Matthews for years, only stopping after he was arrested in 2023. Matthews was convicted on several charges for using the apps to meet women, drugging them, and then assaulting them. The lawsuit claims the companies were aware of the abuse and participated in human trafficking by profiting off the use of the apps.
Hyundai and Kia will now be giving free anti-theft hardware for millions of cars after a multi-state settlement. It comes after the two were found to have lacked industry-standard anti-theft technology, which led to an epidemic of car thefts targeting these specific brands across the country. They will now have to pay up to $4.5 million in restitution to eligible people whose cars were damaged by thieves.
FIFA is slashing the price of some World Cup tickets after global fan backlash. FIFA says $60 tickets will be made available for all 104 matches, including the final. The tickets will go to the national federations whose teams are playing, and those federations decide how to distribute them. FIFA didn't say exactly how many tickets will be available for each team.
Netflix is growing its podcast catalog and reached a deal with iHeartMedia to become the exclusive video streamer of some of its biggest podcasts. The Breakfast Club, featuring radio host Charlamagne tha God and actor Chelsea Handler's Dear Chelsea. They highlight the more than 15 shows that are headed to Netflix. Those shows will begin airing on Netflix next year.
Someone could get a very nice early holiday gift tonight. The Powerball grand prize has grown to $1.25 billion. What shocks me about this is it's not the most. This is actually the 6th largest jackpot in Powerball history. Your odds of winning, 1 in 292 million.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And now at 7 o'clock, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino is back in Chicago, and this has at least one community on edge.
The son of Rob Reiner, formally charged in the deaths of his parents. He'll be in court today.
And Pope Leo is ready to give a big promotion to a bishop in Joliet.
How about this? We're out of those freezing temperatures, but Mike says we have some rain on the way.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us here at 7 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. Mike Kaplan standing by here with some good news temperature-wise here.
Yesterday felt so much better. I was just thinking, you know, you just mentioned the $1.25 billion Powerball. That 0.25 is $250 million. That alone is $250 million. Well, we had a winter weather-wise yesterday. It was a little bit on the windy side, but come on, we made it up to 40 degrees. And today, I think, despite the fact that it won't be as perfectly sunny, I think we beat that by a couple of degrees. We will be melting some of that ice and snow at 9, 35 degrees at that time. Headed for the low 40s this afternoon. A little bit cloudier at 4 o'clock, and by then temperatures may have tailed off just a couple of degrees. Currently, skies are clear at O'Hare, 34, not much wind out there, so the wind chill, 31. Gone are all those minus whatevers that we've had recently. Current temperatures, looks like we've dropped to a couple spots in the 20s, including Chicago Heights and Sugar Grove. But we have 34 at Joliet, Midway, O'Hare, and Chicago's Lakefront, 34 at Gary and Merrillville. Headed today for the low 40s, but wait till you hear what I think we're going to see here on Christmas Day.
Oh, now
Gabrielle,
it's Christmas, Mike, huh? It's not
very nice.
Thanksgiving anymore.
That does not look good there behind you.
No, it doesn't, and it's a reported medical emergency that resulted in a crash here. It's on the inbound side of the Edens, and it's closer to Skokie Boulevard rather than Winnetka. But you can see they're blocking 2 left lanes as they try to clear this up. Traffic starts all the way at Dundee Road to the spot. Enter at Lake Street if you want to miss all of this, if you're traveling inbound on the Edens again. They're calculating about 50-minute delay right now for the southbound trip, and a little bit of a gaper delay if you are going outbound on the Edens. Once you're going to the Kennedy, you're not totally going to pull your hair out. It's 40 minutes for your inbound trip from O'Hare to downtown, around 40 minutes on your way outbound as well. We're closer to 45 on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office, 40 minutes on the Stevenson, 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Gabby. Community advocates say at least 15 people were detained by border agents who are back in the city today.
Roseanne has more from Little Village, which was hard hit by the last round of immigration enforcement here in the city of Chicago. Roseanne?
Well, hard hit because many people were frightened to come here. But Border Patrol agents had pulled out in November, and just when people were beginning to return, those agents are back. And the whistles were sounding in Little Village in Brighton Park yesterday morning. And there he was, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino, spotted near 33rd Street and Ridgeway with agents in tactical gear. We're told there are 200 agents back on the streets here, detaining people without warrants. Businesses in Little Village say scenes like that have shoppers wary once again. The usually bustling community, particularly this time of year, hasn't recovered from the first round of immigration sweeps, and now this.
It's disheartening, especially because, like I mentioned, I grew up here, so I always saw people, like the streets are always bustling, right? It's just like if you've been to the Magnificent Mile. It was very similar here. Now it's like there's no one here.
Now, Governor Pritzker says this isn't immigration enforcement. He calls it harassment. He says he wasn't warned that they were coming and has no idea how long they plan to stay. In Little Village, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. The man convicted of killing a Chicago police officer is sentenced to life in prison.
Brian is in studio here with the latest.
Well, following a week-long trial, a judge sentenced 21-year-old Stephen Montano in the death of Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. In July, a jury found him guilty of killing Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. Montano testified that he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot the officer during that incident. Prosecutors say that Officer Vasquez Lasso was shot 5 times while responding to a domestic disturbance call. The president of the Fraternal Order of Police spoke after that sentence was handed down.
It's a loss they'll never get over. And she said Andres was the breadwinner for the family. He took care of not only his wife, but his mother, his sister, his niece. And that hole's gone forever. Not just the financial component, but the moral support, the camaraderie. It's just, and Hispanic families are very, very close. And that's just something that's never going to be replaced.
Montano will be eligible for parole in 40 years. Anthony?
Thank you, Brian. A federal jury sides with Chicago police officers in a red line shooting that happened in 2020. This case centered on Ariel Roman. He was shot by former officer Melvina Bogard during a struggle in 2020 at the Grand Station. Criminal charges were later brought against her, but she was acquitted of aggravated battery and misconduct. COPA later found that the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. No damages were awarded to Roman.
A doctor in Kane County is in custody accused of sexually assaulting a teenager with an intellectual disability. 33-year-old Trevor Roston worked as a hospitalist for Advocate Sherman in Elgin. He's also certified in pediatrics. He's since been fired and is now facing several felony counts of sexual assault. Prosecutors say in late November, Roston was staying at the same Elgin hotel as the 16-year-old victim. They don't believe that Roston knew the teen. They say the teen was not a former patient. Well, Roston allegedly followed that victim into a bathroom near the hotel pool, locking the door and sexually assaulting them.
President Trump will deliver an address from the Oval Office tonight. White House says the president's going to be talking about his administration's first year in office. In an interview with Fox News, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. The address is scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. It will air right here on Fox 32.
And now to a developing story that we're following. Warner Brothers telling shareholders to reject a takeover bid from Paramount Skydance, saying the merger with Netflix is better for customers. Shareholders can still decide to tender their shares in favor of Paramount's offer. Paramount's bid is worth about $108 billion. The bid that Warner Brothers accepted with Netflix is worth about $83 billion.
The CDC, meantime, dropped its recommendation that all newborns get a hepatitis B vaccine. It is the Trump administration's first major change to the childhood vaccination schedule. Now, babies born to mothers who test positive can get the shot within 24 hours. Other newborns would have to wait at least 2 months. The CDC's acting director says the agency is, quote, restoring the balance of informed consent to parents whose newborns face little risk of contracting the virus.
Nick Reiner, the son accused of killing his parents, legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle, will be in court today, where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter. Nick Reiner is currently being held without bail, but he has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who is best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed.
The search is intensifying for the Brown University shooter. Providence, Rhode Island police released enhanced videos and a timeline of a person of interest's movements. The attack happened in an engineering building classroom during final exams on Saturday. 2 students were killed, 9 others were injured. A $50,000 reward is being offered for any information. And a suspected gunman in Sydney's Bondi Beach massacre is now charged with 59 offenses, including 15 charges of murder. Two shooters, a father and son, killed 15 people on Sunday in an anti-Semitic mass shooting targeting Jews that were celebrating Hanukkah. 24-year-old suspect Naveed Akram remains hospitalized. His father died at the scene.
There are reports that Pope Leo is considering a big promotion for a bishop out of Joliet. Pope Leo is expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks as the next Archbishop of New York. Current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75. Hicks is currently the head of the diocese in Joliet. He was born in Harvey and grew up in South Holland. Way to go. That's going to be an exciting moment if that happens. 7:09 now this morning as we take a live look outside and taking a look over Lake Michigan. And, you know, not as much ice as we often see out there, Mike.
Just a little bit, and that will be going away here in the coming week. Beautiful sky, though. We have some high, thin cirrus clouds out there. So it won't be as perfectly sunny as yesterday, but it's not going to be as windy as it was yesterday. And I think temperatures will still get a couple of degrees warmer than what we saw yesterday. Here's the view from Willis Tower, looking off to the northeast over our beautiful lakefront. Current temperatures, for the most part, 32, give or take. We've got 34 at O'Hare Midway in the lakefront, 31 at Woodstock, 33 at Morris. It's 32 in Valparaiso. Benton Harbor, the warm spot. Still some cloud cover propping your temperature up right now around 40 degrees. The Bears, they are in action. A game you can see right here on Box 32 this Saturday night. And the weather out there at Soldier Field is going to be pretty good. Way better than on Sunday. We'll have a kickoff temp of 36 degrees Saturday evening. It's going to be dry, and it does not look like it's going to be very windy out there at all. Skies, as I mentioned, just a little bit of some high, thin cloud cover streaking in from the west. The thicker clouds are now off to the east, so I'm going to call today partly sunny but mild. And if you think today's mild, tomorrow's even milder. However, there will be some rain moving in. So today, we'll dial it up into the low 40s. Won't be very windy. Winds will be generally northwest early on, then south at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, no rain during the evening. You're going to see forecast, maybe reading it on the app. It says rain tonight. 8, 9 o'clock, there's nothing going on. This rain doesn't get in here until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. The temperature, you're saying, oh my gosh, it's going to be only 34 degrees when the rain is happening. No, we'll bottom out at 34, and then temperatures overnight are going to be climbing through the 40s. So tomorrow morning, safely well into the 40s with that rain coming down. Back to you both.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, sir. It's 7:11. Healthcare premiums are in limbo for millions of Americans as lawmakers scramble to come up with an insurance fix before the year's end. We'll be right back with more on that coming up.
Time now is 7:14. Immigration enforcement could be ramping up again in Chicago.
Yes, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino was spotted in Little Village yesterday. He spent more than 2 months here leading Operation Midway Blitz before leaving in mid-November. Federal officials are saying, though, that the operation here locally is far from over.
President Trump will address the nation tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. He'll speak at 8. You can see it right here on Fox 32.
Nick Reiner will be in court today, where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges in the deaths of both of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. The couple found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says he will not call a vote to extend enhanced subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, so this all but guarantees they will expire at the end of the month. Speaker Johnson says Republicans, though, have a plan that provides more choices for Americans than Obamacare currently offers.
Premium cost through cost-sharing reduction payments. It brings pharmacy benefit manager transparency and removes the hidden cost of prescription drugs. It allows small business owners and independent workers to form association health plans.
Johnson says he will call for a vote on the Republican plan soon. It's a plan that Democrats, though, are sure to oppose.
5 more countries are being added to the White House's travel ban list. The Trump administration says these countries from Africa and the Middle East have widespread corruption and unreliable civil documents, which make it hard to vet people that are coming into the U.S. This move comes as the president is looking to tighten up entry standards for both travel and immigration.
And President Trump ordering a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers coming and going from Venezuela. This is the latest escalation between the two countries. It's likely to put pressure on the country's leader, Nicolas Maduro. Last week, the U.S. military seized an oil tanker off the country's coast. Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves and relies on the resource as a lifeblood of its economy.
Today, President Trump plans to travel to Delaware to take part in the dignified transfer of 2 Iowa National Guard members' remains. They, along with a U.S. civilian worker that was working in Syria as an interpreter, were all killed in a surprise attack in the Syrian desert on Saturday. The U.S. believes that ISIS was behind these shootings, and President Trump has vowed retaliation. Other news, a professor at MIT was shot and killed right outside his home near Boston. 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro was a theoretical physicist and fusion scientist, considered a leading researcher on nuclear fusion. Authorities say he was shot Monday night, died at the hospital yesterday, and no arrests have been made in this case.
A second doctor is sentenced for the overdose death of actor Matthew Perry. Mark Chavez getting 8 months of home confinement and 300 hours of community service. He was facing up to 10 years in prison. Chavez was one of 5 people charged in connection to Perry's death. Earlier this month, another doctor was sentenced to 2.5 years in federal prison for his involvement in the case.
All right, 7:17. Let's get another updated forecast from Mike Kaplan. Soldier Field. That was a cold place to be on Sunday morning, but yeah, when you said pattern change last week, you really meant it.
I did, and this is just the beginning. Next week, we're really going to feel it, probably just in time for Christmas. That's good news, bad news. I know a lot of you want the white Christmas. There's still a lot of snow on the ground in some places. This is the view here out over the Bean, and there's still some snow on the ground, but we also have a lot of what I refer to as snert. That is that dirty, gunky stuff that's along the side of the roads. That, too, will be melting. And with some rain coming in tomorrow, maybe it'll wash some of the gunk off your car and off the driveway and sidewalks out there. Let's take a look at the radar imagery. No big storms on the map, but there is a system coming in from the west. This is actually the one that's going to get in here tomorrow morning with rain, and then maybe a brief snow shower late tomorrow afternoon. Let's look at our Weather Authority Futurecast and time this out for you. Ooh, I'm looking at a sunrise picture there over the lake even as I'm doing this. Okay, so we're going to see a mixture of clouds and sun. The clouds that are out there right now are pretty high and thin, so it's still, you're going to look down, you're going to see your shadow, and you'll be fairly comfortable out there with a medium weight jacket with highs getting into the 40s. This afternoon, skies cloud up. Overnight, it will become cloudier, and by daybreak tomorrow, we've got some rain moving into the area. Our model thinks the heaviest rain doesn't get in here until about 10. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets here a little sooner. I think our model may be a little tardy in bringing that heavier rain in here. Now, in terms of any snowfall, as the cold air comes in, tomorrow morning we're going to be in the upper 40s here. Tomorrow afternoon we get a shot of colder air that'll be with us on Friday, and there may be a brief snow shower with that, but I'm not expecting any accumulation whatsoever. So let's look at the 7-day forecast here. Today, we're getting up to low 40s, a little better than yesterday. Upper 40s tomorrow, but we'll have rain in the morning, maybe a brief snow shower with the cold air coming in the evening. 16 for the low Friday morning. 28 is it for the high, but it'll be a dry day. Weekend not shabby. Warmer definitely on Saturday. 32 on Sunday. And Monday and Tuesday, that is the beginning of the next warming trend. And temperatures go way up for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And there, thank you, Lindsay, for calling up that shot of the sun rising with those high, thin clouds out there over the lakefront. All right, let's see what Gabriella's talking about here in traffic land.
Well, Mike, not as pretty as a picture we saw there. This is just an earlier video, maybe 15 minutes ago, from Skyfox over the southbound or inbound side of the Edens. This is near Skokie Boulevard. It's that reported medical emergency that resulted in a crash. So they're still blocking 2 left lanes here. Again, near Skokie Boulevard, traffic starts around Dundee Road all the way to the spot. Around 40 minutes is calculated right now for that delay on the inbound side, so keep that in mind. Let's go over live to Skyfox on our screen. They're over in the Chicago Lawn neighborhood. This is a house fire that's reported, and crews were on scene of it right away. It looks like the fire is struck out now, but this is Sawyer Avenue, just north of 61st Street, and 61st is going to be blocked between Kedzie. Kedzie is just east of this area, and then Sawyer, so blocked between Kedzie and Sawyer right now. 61st is. Again, we'll give you an update on this, but it looks like fire is out. Crews are still on scene, maybe taking care of some hot spots in this area for now. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. Plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago. A lot of talk this morning about that Vanity Fair interview with White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, what she had to say about the president and other Trump administration staffers. Also, a replica Home Alone house is in the works, and this one isn't up in Winnetka. This is being built out in Utah. We will tell you why. And a special holiday event is happening at the Music Box Theater. Jake has details on the combination of movies and caroling when we come back.
Fox.
Welcome back. A Northside neighborhood is fed up with a homeless encampment and several residents there demanding that the city take action here. Residents in Chicago's North Park neighborhood say that there have been fires and even explosions in the middle of Legion Park. Now, our cameras were there in early September. We got some video of city crews clearing much of the encampment there, but residents now worried about the use of propane gas by people living in tents not far away from their homes. So they're asking the city to establish a minimum distance or safety buffer between the encampment and their homes.
I do have a heart, and I'm a human being, and I feel for them on a human level, but it's been really hard having them live right in our backyard. It's just lots of garbage. There's drug dealing, there's drug use in the middle of the day, there's fires, there's explosions, there's parties and shouting all hours of the night.
The Chicago Park District says it's reviewing the proposal from neighbors about establishing a minimum distance between the camp and the homes, and that it is working with other city services to move people from the encampment to shelters and long-term housing.
In Indiana, Senate lawmakers will be discussing the death penalty and the use of a firing squad. If passed into law, it would allow death by firing squad executions if medications for those drugs cannot be obtained, or if an inmate chooses a firing squad at least 30 days before their execution date. Only 5 states currently allow for firing squad executions.
President Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, making waves with recent interviews she did with Vanity Fair. She said President Trump has, quote, an alcoholic personality. Now, she later clarified that he, quote, operates with a view that there's nothing he can do. She also commented on plenty of other Trump staffers. Wiles called Vice President J.D. Vance a, quote, conspiracy theorist for a decade. She said Attorney General Pam Bondi, quote, completely whiffed on how she handled the release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents, and called billionaire Elon Musk a, quote, odd duck and avowed ketamine user. Wiles says her words were taken out of context and called the article a hit piece. President Trump is defending her, saying that he is not offended by her comments.
The Illinois High School Association is expanding its football playoffs to include more teams from across the state. The field will be expanded by 128 teams, so there will now be a total of 384 teams that make it to the postseason. But the number of classes will remain at 8.
Yes, we are coming back for 3 years.
Sticking with SiriusXM for 3 more years. The radio host made the announcement to his listeners yesterday. There was a report earlier in the year which suggested that Stern's show could have been canceled. Stern says the new deal will give him more flexibility and more free time. His current contract ends at the end of this year.
Well, we have the actual Home Alone house in Winnetka, but one man is building a replica of the famous movie house in Utah. There are 6 bedrooms, 8.5 bathrooms. Parked out front, you'll find that OK plumbing van that was used by Harry and Marv, the Wet Bandits. The price tag, $7 million.
I mean, it could be viewed as certainly nerdy for somebody to go and invest $7 million into a home that's based on a movie that they happened to love when they were kids, right?
The vision is to create a space to host community events, including a movie-themed scavenger hunt that's already planned for February.
Okay. All right. Looks like the brick's a little different. The windows aren't the same. I got to see the final product. I'm a little skeptical.
$7 million. Have you guys ever been to St. George, Utah?
No.
It is a very hot city. It's a growing area. It's not that far from Las Vegas. Very, very dry. Lots of sunshine. But that's still a very spendy house.
So no snow outside.
No, barely any clouds out there. We have very little snow in our forecast. You might catch a flake or two tomorrow night. But rain is really the next chance of precipitation. I'll tell you when to expect that. Certainly won't be today. We have sunshine on the way again. Be right back with more of Good Day After This.
Welcome back. You are watching Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:30.
Here on Wednesday morning, we're following several big stories, including director Rob Reiner's son, Nick, expected to make his first court appearance today on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Nick Reiner was charged Tuesday with killing his father and mother, Michelle Singer Reiner. He was supposed to be in court Tuesday, but the hearing was postponed for medical reasons.
The accused Bondi Beach gunman has been charged with 15 counts of murder. 24-year-old Naveed Akram was presented with the charges after waking up from a coma where he had been since police shot him and his father at Bondi Beach. Prosecutors say the two were targeting Jews celebrating Hanukkah. Authorities believe the shooting was a terrorist attack inspired by the Islamic State.
Another shooting investigation is ramping up here in the U.S. Providence, Rhode Island police are putting out enhanced videos and a new timeline of the person of interest that they are looking for in connection with the shooting at Brown University. The attack happened in an engineering building classroom during final exams on Saturday.
Whistles are sounding on the streets of Chicago once again, alerting the public that Greg Bovino and company are back in town with Border Patrol.
Roseanne Tejas has more on the impact of immigration enforcement here in the city. Roseanne.
Well, here in Little Village, they are still feeling the impact of Bovino and company's last visit to Chicago. Residents are shaken, and a lot of the businesses here are really concerned about the economic impact. A procession of Border Patrol vehicles was seen snaking through the city yesterday, rolling right through stoplights and cutting in front of other cars as they made their way to the Broadview ICE facility. We're told 200 agents hit the streets here yesterday, along with their chief, Greg Bovino. Whistles sounded near 33rd Street and Ridgeway, where Bovino was spotted with agents in tactical gear. Community advocates say at least 15 people were detained on the southwest side. Scenes like those have businesses in Little Village concerned.
They're afraid, and I don't know, people don't want to go out, even in the mall. People don't want to go shopping.
And it's a drop in sales too, right?
Yeah, the business is going down. I think it's for everyone, not just in here.
And the business owners say this just couldn't happen at a worse time. Business had just been starting to pick up again since ICE agents left the city, or seemed to, and now at Christmas time, they're struggling. We did hear from Governor Pritzker, and he said he's not certain how long these Border Patrol agents will be in Chicago. In Little Village this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
A federal jury sides with Chicago police in a Red Line shooting case from 2020. The case centered on Ariel Roman. He was shot by a former officer, Melvina Bogart, during a struggle in 2020 at Grand Station. Criminal charges were later brought against her. She was acquitted of aggravated battery and misconduct. COPA later found that the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. No damages were awarded to Roman. A judge has ordered the man convicted of killing a Chicago police officer to spend the rest of his life in prison. In July, a jury found 21-year-old Stephen Montano guilty of killing Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. Prosecutors say that Officer Vasquez was shot 5 times while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Montano testified that he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot him. Montano will be eligible for parole after 40 years. President Donald Trump will deliver an Oval Office address later tonight. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. The address is scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight. It will air right here on Fox 32 Chicago. Pope Leo is reportedly considering a big promotion for a bishop out of Joliet. Pope Leo is expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks as the next Archbishop of New York. The current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75. Hicks is currently the head of the diocese in Joliet. He was born in Harvey and grew up in South Holland. Time now 7:35. Let's check in with Mike for a look at the forecast. That sun is finally bringing some warmth.
Yeah, yesterday felt so good. It was windy, but my gosh, I'll take a 40-degree windy day over a 8-degree windy day any time of year. All right, we have the Bears in action this Saturday night, a game that you can catch right here from the climate-controlled confines of your own living room if you wish. But if you're going to the game, you're going to see temperatures at kickoff time, 7:20. It's an evening game. 36 degrees there at Soldier Field. It does not appear as if it will be very windy, and no precipitation is expected. Currently at O'Hare, 34. Skies just some high thin cloud cover, and there's very little wind, so the wind chill is about the same as the actual air temperature. A big improvement from what we've seen lately. There are a couple of spots that have dipped to or below freezing, including Woodstock where it's 32, DeKalb and Morris 32, 29 at Chicago Heights. We've got 34 at Gary, Chicago's Lakefront, and also at Midway. Let's look where temperatures are headed. I think we're safely going for the low 40s this afternoon. I'm going to go with an official 42. Our computer model is holding a few spots back in the mid to upper 30s. I'd be surprised. I think we're all going for a 40 plus. Now tonight, little interesting thing will happen. We'll bottom out not far from freezing. Here we are about 8 o'clock. Watch what happens to the temperatures overnight. Instead of continuing to fall, they start rising on the strength of what we call warm air advection. Winds are going to be gusting out of the south. It's going to drive warm air in here. 8 o'clock, it'll be in the mid to upper 40s. However, it will likely be raining at that time, so it may be difficult to get out and enjoy. But at least that rain's going to wash some of the crud off the car and the sidewalks, maybe get rid of some of the snort. But here comes the cold air. It's a quick punch of cold air tomorrow night into Friday. We'll have a low of 16 Friday morning, a high of 28. Then temperatures bounce into the mid-40s Saturday. A little bit of a downturn Sunday. Then a big warm-up stage for next week. Wednesday and Thursday, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I think temperatures will be unseasonably warm. Not just warm, but unseasonably warm. Let's look at some photos here. Now, take a look at this photo from Chris Combs. And you see the birds there in the foreground. And if you did not look closely, you might not know those are two bald eagles. And I believe, maybe just because of perspective, but the female bald eagle is always larger than the male, and I'm assuming that's her in the foreground there. But a pretty shot there, Chris. Thanks for sending that one to me. Here you go with a gorgeous sunset. Victoria Bardick over Northbrook. She wasn't, but the clouds were. Some of those contrails left behind by jet aircraft being blown around with some high altitude moisture. Pretty sky there. And then we go from bald eagles to mourning doves and a baby cowbird. See that one there, kind of the darker colored, darker feathered bird there? That is in Porter, Indiana. Kathy Abretsky giving us a look at those birds hanging out. They're out on a limb, as we say. All right, let's get it over to Gabriella. We've had a bad mishap there on the Edens.
Michael, we wanted to give you an updated look here live from Skyfox. Yeah, this is the southbound side or inbound side of the Edens near Skokie Boulevard. We have that crash involving one vehicle was reported. A medical emergency turned into a crash. So you still see that vehicle there. And we're hearing that they actually can't move this until they know that the victim is in good condition, because unfortunately, if it is any worse, they'll have to do a crash death investigation here. So still, they have those two left lanes blocked. Traffic still starting at Dundee Road all the way to this spot. I would enter at Lake Street if you can, because delays are calculating up to 45 to 50 minutes right now on the inbound side of the Edens. Outbound side unaffected, other than a little bit of a Gapers delay if you are heading northbound. All right, we'll be right back with more Good Day Chicago after this.
Welcome back. 5 more countries are being added to the White House's travel ban list. The Trump administration says the countries in Africa and the Middle East have widespread corruption and unreliable civil documents, which they say makes it hard to vet people coming into the U.S. This move comes as the president looks to tighten entry standards for travel and immigration.
President Trump ordering a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers coming and going from Venezuela. This is the latest escalation between the two countries. It's likely to put pressure on the country's leader, Nicolas Maduro. Last week, the U.S. military seized an oil tanker off the country's coast. Venezuela, by the way, has the world's largest proven oil reserves and relies on the resource as a lifeblood of its economy. Nick Reiner, the son accused of killing his parents, legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and wife Michelle, will be in court today, where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter. Nick Reiner is currently being held without bail, but he has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who is best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed.
The search is intensifying for the Brown University shooter. Providence, Rhode Island police released enhanced videos and a timeline of a person of interest movements. The attack happened in an engineering building classroom during finals on Saturday. 2 students were killed, 9 others were injured. A $50,000 reward is being offered for information. And a suspected gunman in Sydney's Bondi Beach massacre is now charged with 59 offenses, including 15 charges of murder. 2 shooters, a father and son, killed 15 people on Sunday in an anti-Semitic mass shooting targeting Jews celebrating Hanukkah. 24-year-old suspect Naveed Akram remains hospitalized. His father died at the scene.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says he will not call a vote to extend enhanced subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. So this all but guarantees they will expire at the end of this month. Speaker Johnson says, though, Republicans have a plan that provides more choices for Americans than Obamacare currently offers.
It reduces premium cost through cost-sharing reduction payments. It brings pharmacy benefit manager transparency and removes the hidden cost of prescription drugs. It allows small business owners and independent workers to form association health plans.
Johnson says he will call for a vote on the Republican plan soon, but it's a plan that Democrats are sure to oppose. The CDC officially ending its long-standing recommendation that all newborns get the hepatitis B vaccine. This move follows a vote from Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s vaccine advisory panel. They say the dose at birth should only be given to newborns whose mothers have tested positive for hepatitis B. Now, if parents choose not to vaccinate at birth, but they decide they still want to, the agency recommends waiting at least 2 months to get the first dose.
All right, 7:44. Hope your Wednesday is off to a great start. Here's a quick look at what is coming up for us here on Good Day Chicago during our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. So keep it right here.
Was
Immigration enforcement could be ramping up again in Chicago.
Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino was spotted in Little Village yesterday. He spent more than 2 months here leading Operation Midway Blitz before leaving in mid-November. But federal officials say this operation, the local part of it, is far from over.
An alternate Chicago budget proposal moving forward after clearing the city council's finance committee. Oppositional alders say the main goal is avoiding a corporate head tax they say could be a job killer in the city. But Mayor Johnson says there is no data to suggest it would hurt the city's economy. Keep in mind here, a budget must be passed by the end of the year.
Tonight, President Trump will address the nation in a televised primetime speech. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year back in office. He will speak at 8 o'clock. You can catch that address right here on Fox 32.
And good morning to you. Hopefully your day's off to a wonderful start. 7:48 now. Sunshine over the city of Chicago. Hey, Mike.
Yesterday, I think everybody had cabin fever for so long. It was so wonderful to get outside. I didn't even need to wear my goofy Elmer Fudd hat when I was outside
Thank
playing
goodness.
Frisbee with Reagan. And today, temperatures are going to be similar, if not a couple of degrees warmer than yesterday, despite the fact it won't be as perfectly sunny. There's a little bit of high cloud cover out there. All right, we're still in the warm sector of this storm system, which actually is going to drive even warmer air in here overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So today it's going to be dry, and the evening hours are dry. I'm talking about rain moving in here 4 o'clock in the morning, and it will rain into the morning commute and get out of here sometime around lunchtime. Colder air will not be an immediate hit with that cold front. It's going to take a while, so we're not going to see an immediate change from rain to snow. We're going to have to wait for this next trough of low pressure to swing in here, and it may ring out a couple of snow showers or a flurry tomorrow evening, but I'm not expecting any snowfall accumulation. What I do expect is a one-day punch of colder air, and then we get into the next warm sector. This will be for Saturday, and that bodes well for the Bears game Saturday night as we have temperatures. Kickoff time should be in the mid-30s. Rainfall amounts, not a lot, but this is going to be enough tomorrow to maybe wash the gunk off your car, maybe get the snert off of the sidewalks in front of the house, maybe a quarter inch. I think it'll be more like 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch, but at least it's rain and not snow. Today, up to 42, partly to mostly sunny skies and not much wind. Tonight, the wind picks up. We'll bottom out in the low to mid-30s, and then temperatures rise overnight before that rain comes in here. Tomorrow morning, rain ending, 48 for the high, only 28 for the high on Friday. We'll get to 44 Saturday, 32 Sunday, and then the next warming trend, 36 Monday, 42 Tuesday. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I think, are significantly warmer than all of the numbers you see there.
Wow. All right, Mike. Thank you very much. Good to hear. President Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, making waves after she told Vanity Fair that President Trump has, quote, an alcoholic personality. She later clarified that the quote means that he operates with a view that there's nothing he can do. She also commented on plenty of other Trump staffers, including J.D. Vance, the vice president she called a, quote, conspiracy theorist for a decade. She also said Attorney General Pam Bondi, quote, completely whiffed on how she handled the release of the Jeffrey Epstein documents, and also called billionaire Elon Musk a, quote, odd duck and avowed ketamine user. Wiles says her words were taken out of context, called the article a hit piece. President Trump says he has not been offended by Wiles' comments.
We have the actual Home Alone house in Winnetka, but one man is building a replica of the famous movie house in Utah. There are 6 bedrooms, 8.5 bathrooms, plus parked right out front. You see it there. You'll find the OK Plumbing van that was used by Harry and Marv, the Wet Bandits. But the price tag on this thing, $7 million.
I mean, it could be viewed as certainly nerdy for somebody to go and invest $7 million into a home that's based on a movie that they happened to love when they were kids, right?
The vision is to create a space to host community events, including a movie-themed scavenger hunt that's already planned for February.
Okay, along with Home Alone, when we think of the holidays, Christmas movies, caroling, some of the traditions that come to mind.
The Music Box wants you to enjoy both at the same time. Caroling and Christmas movies, amazing.
Good combo.
Jake is live with a sneak peek of its Christmas double feature sing-along. Hey, Jake.
That's right, guys. You know, there are so many different holiday and Christmas traditions around the city of Chicago. But when it comes to movie fans, you're not going to find one more cherished, more beloved than out here at the Music Box Theater, because it is time for the 42nd annual Music Box Christmas Sing-Along, where they have 2 back-to-back Christmas classics, as well as a couple of movies maybe you don't even realize are Christmas movies, but are if you look at them the right way. But the one that we're talking about, it's a tradition that actually started back in 1983. It was just a double feature of the 1954 classic White Christmas, Bing Crosby, and of course the 1946 masterpiece, Frank Capra's It's a Wonderful Life, but also a little bit of a festive feeling. They put some Christmas carols up on the screen, guys. They have an organist playing, and in addition to watching these Christmas classics beautifully projected on the big screen, you can come out here. It's festive. Imagine all of these seats filled with families singing along to Christmas carols as you get ready to watch some of the most beloved Christmas movies of all time. There's a reason it started as just kind of a fun thing to do back in the 80s, but has since become a tradition for families around the city of Chicago for decades now. And we're going to be live out here at the Music Box Theater telling you everything you need to know, when you can come out, when you can see these films, in addition to other Christmas films. Just last night, guys, they did a screening of Gremlins, which you might not realize is a Christmas movie, but absolutely is a Christmas movie. So I love that they do the classics. They do It's a Wonderful Life. They do White Christmas. But yeah, they're also showing Eyes Wide Shut tonight, guys. And guess what? It's sold out.
Wow.
So they have so many different things, depending on what kind of Christmas movie you want to see. If you haven't seen Eyes Wide Shut, do not bring the kids, for the love of God. But I'm telling you, they have so many things you can bring the entire family to, and we're going to tell you all about it throughout the morning right here on Good Day Chicago.
All right, Jake, have you seen Eyes Wide Shut, Natalie?
I have not.
Oh my gosh, put it on the list. Stanley Kubrick. Thank you, Jake. We'll be checking back in with him.
And plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead, so keep it right here.
Welcome back. The man who brought Buck Rogers to life on TV has passed away. Gil Gerard left a message to be posted after his death saying his life had been an amazing journey and he would see you again in the cosmos. His wife says he had a rare form of cancer that was actually just diagnosed a few days ago. And Gerard starred in Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, a man from 1987, frozen in time, who woke up 500 years later in a place called New Chicago. He was 82 years old.
Several women are suing Hinge and Tinder, those popular dating apps, after they say those apps continue to recommend a known rapist to women in Denver. The lawsuit accuses the apps of recommending Stephen Matthews for years and only stopped after he was arrested in 2023. Lawsuit claims companies were aware of the abuse and participated in what they call human trafficking by profiting off the use of the apps.
Hyundai and Kia will now be giving free anti-theft hardware for millions of cars after a multi-state settlement. It comes after the two companies were found to have lacked industry-standard anti-theft technology, which led to an epidemic of car thefts across the country, targeting Kias and Hyundais. These companies will now have to pay up to $4.5 million in restitution to eligible people whose cars were damaged by thieves.
A popular ice cream brand is pulling one of its products from store shelves, and this is kind of crazy over concerns it may contain small stones. So Delicious is recalling pints of its dairy-free salted caramel cluster ice cream. The recalled pints are marked with Best Buy expiration dates before August 8th, 2027. People with that recalled ice cream obviously should throw it out and contact the company for a refund.
Netflix is growing its podcast catalog. It reached a deal with iHeartMedia to become the exclusive video streamer of some of the biggest podcasts out there. The Breakfast Club, featuring radio host Charlemagne the God, and actress Chelsea Handler's Dear Chelsea podcast. There are a couple of the more than 15 shows that are going to be headed to Netflix. Those shows will begin airing on Netflix next year.
Finding a job right now may feel tough, but one company, I love this, offering some unique positions for drivers who you might say like to go nuts. Planters is looking to fill 3 driving positions for its iconic Nutmobile. The 2026 Peanut Nutter class will accompany Mr. Peanut on a tour across the country in the 26-foot-long Nutmobile for an entire year.
Wow, that's
what
a great
dream
gig.
job. Candidates will also be responsible for planning events.
I'd like to see a game of chicken between the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile and the Planters
That is a
Peanut, but that'd be a
toss-up.
wild one, right? Okay, someone could get a very nice early holiday gift tonight. The Powerball grand prize has grown to $1.25 billion. Sounds like a lot, but it's only the 6th biggest jackpot in Powerball history, and the odds don't change here, I've noticed. Covering these stories, they're still all the way down, all the way at 1 in 292 million. So, you know, the odds stay the same, but the jackpot keeps growing. So we got that going for us, Nat.
Which is nice.
Yeah, which is nice.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
All right, now at 8 o'clock, Border Chief Greg Bovino back in Chicago. We are live where his agents are once again ramping up immigration enforcement.
Nick Reiner expected in court for the first time after he was charged in connection with his parents' murders. The addition that could result in him receiving the death penalty.
And could this be a new sign that Chicago's budget battle could be winding down? We'll talk about the key hurdle that an alternate proposal just cleared and what it would mean for your money.
Plus, we've seen a record amount of snow the past couple of weeks, but will we have a white Christmas? Oh, it's not looking too promising.
Yeah, the melting. Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning
Welcome
to you.
the set here.
Oh, hey, thanks.
So melting factor. Rain, is this going to wash away all the snow out there?
Yes, it will. And today, temperatures are going to be fantastic, too. So today, we're going to be mild, but the rain, to your point, that's on the way tomorrow.
Okay.
And that's going to help wipe out that snow, that pesky stuff that's still holding on out there. So satellite and radar, currently, it's quiet, and it is going to be a quiet day, but we're going to have a few more clouds compared to what we had yesterday. It's still going to be a beautiful start, though. We have some thin cloud cover over our city now. 34 degrees outside from the lakefront to Gary, as well as at O'Hare, 25 in Aurora. These temperatures, I mentioned how they're going to be mild. I'm talking about the low 40s today, but as we work our way into tonight and tomorrow, we're starting off with rain, but if you look at this graphic on your screen, you see some snowflakes mixing in there. We could see some snow on the backside of this system as temperatures plummet tomorrow. Notice Friday's high only 28, but it will be sunny. A full check of your forecast. I'll time out this rain ahead.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. See you shortly. Community advocates say that at least 15 people were detained by border agents who are now back in the city of Chicago.
Roseanne has more from Little Village, which, as you know, was hard hit by the last round of immigration enforcement here in Chicago. Roseanne?
Well, it was hard hit because many people were too frightened to come here. You'll remember back in November, Border Patrol agents pulled out, and just when they say people were returning to the stores, those agents are back. You could hear the whistles yesterday. They were going off yesterday morning in Little Village and in Brighton Park. And there he was, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino. He was spotted near 33rd Street and Ridgeway with agents in tactical gear. We're told there are 200 agents back on the streets here, detaining people, some of them without warrants. Leaders in Little Village say scenes like that have shoppers and residents wary about their safety once again.
This is the chaos and trauma they bring into our neighborhood just days before Christmas, and this is, I think, what they want to, incite fear. And instead of having a little empathy, Christmas is right around the corner, and it seems like they have no empathy.
Well, in fact, Block Club Chicago reports that Greg Bovino told them it's going to be a Merry Christmas in Chicago. Meantime, Governor Pritzker says he wasn't told that those agents were coming back, nor does he know when they will leave. In Little Village this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you. A judge has ordered the man convicted of killing a Chicago police officer to spend his life in prison. In July, a jury found 21-year-old Stephen Montano guilty of killing Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. Prosecutors say Officer Vasquez Lasso was shot 5 times while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Montano testified he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot the officer. Montano will be eligible for parole after 40 years.
Director Rob Reiner's son Nick is expected to make his first court appearance today on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Nick Reiner was charged Tuesday with killing his father and his Australia has also been charged.
Brian Jackson joins us with more. Brian?
A 24-year-old Naveed Akram has now been charged with 59 offenses, including 15 counts of murder. He was presented those charges after waking up from a coma where he had been since police shot he and his father at Bondi Beach. 50-year-old Sahid Akram died at the scene. Prosecutors say that the two were targeting Jews celebrating Hanukkah when they opened fire on the crowd on Sunday. Authorities believe that the terrorist attack was inspired by the Islamic State. Funerals began today for some of the victims. The first one was for Eli Schlanger. The 41-year-old was an assistant rabbi and an organizer of the event where that attack happened. He served as a chaplain in a hospital and in a prison across New South Wales. Leaves behind a wife and 5 children. Australia's government is now promising to tighten their gun laws. Another shooting investigation is ramping up here in the U.S. Providence, Rhode Island police are putting out enhanced videos and a timeline of the person of interest they're looking for in connection with the shooting at Brown University. That attack happened in an engineering building classroom during final exams on Saturday. 2 students were killed and 9 more injured. A $50,000 reward is now being offered for any information leading to an arrest and a conviction. Anthony?
Thank you, Brian. An alternate Chicago budget proposal is moving forward after clearing the City Council's Finance Committee. The oppositional alder's plan does away with the higher garbage collection fee and modifies a rideshare congestion fee while adding in a 5-cent bag tax, legalizing video gambling terminals in bars and restaurants, and revenue from selling ad space on bridge houses and light poles. Allies of Mayor Johnson are asking for time to digest the other plan before voting on it.
I'm concerned that we are being asked to vote today on numbers that were not released yesterday, precisely because they cannot withstand even a half day of scrutiny. If they cannot withstand 12 to 6 hours of scrutiny, they do not belong in our budget.
Oppositional alders say the main goal is avoiding the corporate head tax they say would be a jobs killer. Mayor Johnson says there is no data to suggest that it would hurt the city's economy. FYI, the clock is ticking here. A budget does have to be passed by the end of the year.
Tonight, President Donald Trump will address the nation in a televised primetime speech. The address comes as President Trump finishes up the first year of his second term in office. His address is set to start at 8 p.m. Central Time. You can watch it right here on Fox 32 Chicago, on fox32chicago.com, or on the Fox local app.
All right, Pope Leo is reportedly considering a big promotion for a Joliet bishop. He's expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks as the next Archbishop of New York. The current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75 and could resign this week. Hicks is currently the head of the Diocese of Joliet. He was born in Harvey and grew up in South Holland.
Very exciting. Well, here's a little reminder for you. If you haven't mailed your holiday gifts, do it today. The U.S. Postal Service says it is the ground shipping deadline, again today, to get your gifts under the tree in time for Christmas. If you want to pay more, though, you can send your gifts through priority mail until Saturday.
All right, 8:08, time to check back in with Caitlin Cody for a look at this much warmer forecast.
Did you guys get outside yesterday at all?
Not enough. Not enough.
We tried to go for a walk, and then it was just snot running
on
the kids' faces. I was like, okay, maybe it's a little bit windy, a little bit cold for that. Today, it is going to be similar to yesterday, low 40s, a few more clouds around. Temperatures this morning, though, they're chilly, 25 right now in Aurora, 34 at the lakefront and O'Hare. 34 in Gary, 33 in Valpo. These temperatures, as mentioned, are going to be similar to yesterday, as we did hit 40 yesterday. Today we're going to be around 42 or 43 as our high. But let's take a look at our futurecast, because we have a few changes happening, including the chance for rain right around the corner. So lunchtime hour temperatures are around 41 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare, upper 30s still holding on in western areas. Then we work our way through the evening, and temperatures are still hovering in the low to mid 30s. A few clouds around, as mentioned. Chance for rain. We're going to have some scattered showers moving in starting tomorrow. Really, this is 6 a.m. and we're just getting in on some of that rainfall. But notice the temperatures are already in the low 40s. So tomorrow we're going to start off mild. I'll call it warm. And then temperatures will be dropping. So let's take a look at this rain. 10, 11 o'clock, we still have some showers coming down, moderate to even heavy at times through the lunchtime hour before we do get a break from the wet weather. But then we're going to have the potential for some snow mixing in. As those temperatures drop down into the 30s by tomorrow evening, we could actually see a few snowflakes flying. We don't expect accumulation, perhaps a dusting, but the bigger story is going to be the cold temperatures. As noticed, 5:30 in the morning on Friday, and we're back down to the teens. A full check of your 7-day forecast, including your weekend outlook, is ahead.
Caitlin, thank you. It's now 8:10. We've got new questions about Rob Reiner's murder and his son's struggles with addiction, along, of course, with Rob Reiner's wife as well. We're going to talk with a mental health expert about how to help loved ones dealing with substance abuse.
But first, major developments in the battle over Warner Brothers, the company telling shareholders this morning which deal they should go for.
And it is the season of giving. Fox 32, PNC Bank, and the Chicago Bears are teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. Every dollar that you give right now will triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
Welcome back. Breaking news to get to: a woman was critically hurt in a possible hit and run on the city's west side. Chicago police say a 40-year-old woman was found in the middle of 5th Avenue at 1:30 this morning, right near Harrison Street and Homan Square. She had several serious injuries. She was taken to Mount Sinai. The circumstances are under investigation.
President Donald Trump is ordering a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into Venezuela. It's the latest escalation between the two countries, and it ramps up pressure on the country's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro. It comes after the U.S. military seized an oil tanker off the country's coast last week. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves and relies on the resource as a lifeblood of its economy. Meanwhile, the White House is adding 5 more countries to its travel ban list. Trump administration says the countries from Africa and the Middle East have widespread corruption and unreliable civil documents, which make it hard to vet people coming into the U.S. The move comes as the president looks to tighten entry standards for travel and immigration.
Warner Brothers is telling shareholders to reject Paramount's hostile bid to purchase the company and support its deal with Netflix. Warner says the merger with Netflix is better for customers. However, it does not mean that shareholders will follow this advice here. Any merger would have to be approved by the federal government and by regulators in Europe. New this morning, FIFA is slashing the price of some World Cup tickets following global backlash over ticket prices that ranged up to more than $4,100 per seat. President Gianni Infantino says they will now offer $60 tickets for every game in North America. Each national federation will decide how to distribute them. Despite the outcry over prices, FIFA says it has already received more than 20 million ticket requests. All right, it's 8:15. There is Millennium Park on this beautiful Wednesday morning. It looks like the sun is trying to make an appearance this morning. Caitlin, we're going to get some sunshine today?
It's going to be a beautiful day, absolutely. Good. Partly to mostly sunny skies. Just a few more clouds than yesterday is what we're saying, especially later on, because we have another system headed our direction, which is going to bring us the chance for rain as soon as tonight. Right now, though, it's quiet and it feels mild outside. Today we're back to the low 40s in the afternoon, so the melting, the thawing is going to continue throughout Chicagoland. Right now, satellite radar loop shows nothing on the radar. Satellite, just those few clouds as mentioned, some thin cloud cover over the city. Right now it is 34 degrees at the lakefront and in Gary, 28 in Chicago Heights and 33 in Kankakee. So temperatures in the 20s and 30s to start, but our day planner has 37 degrees by 11, by 1, 41. So we're going to be right around 42 or 43 as our high today. Here's your future cast. As mentioned today, it's quiet. We've got that southerly wind. Heading into tonight, that's when the chance for rain moves in, especially after midnight, and even more so tomorrow morning. We're going to see some scattered showers for your morning commute. Stop the timeline here, though, at 4:45, though, because we're going to have colder air drifting in behind this cold front, and that's going to transition our rain over to a few snowflakes. Cold temperatures on the way to end the week. So Friday is going to be chilly, but today and tomorrow, very mild temperatures will be here. 7-day outlook today, as mentioned, right around 42. Tonight, we stay steady. Temperatures are going to be in the 40s for most of us through the night. And then tomorrow's high, 48, but that's going to be early. And then later on in the day, temperatures plummet. We're going to have that chance for some wet weather, as mentioned. Friday, a high of only 27 after a morning low of 16. And then this weekend, back to 43 degrees on Saturday, Sunday 34 next week. Not terrible. 37 degrees expected Monday, Tuesday, right around 45. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Caitlin. Nick Reiner has struggled with addiction for years. Now, with the help of his dad on a movie collab, a project collaboration, he shared his recovery or aspects of it with the public. And while it is unclear what led up to the deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, some speculate it is tied to Nick's struggles with mental health, struggles with substance abuse. So here to talk about this is Mike Laverde. He is the founder of Family First Intervention. He's got a master's in health science. Mike, thank you for joining the program. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Let me start off just by asking you your reaction to what has kind of come out publicly regarding Nick Reiner's struggles with mental health, with substance abuse, the collaboration that he and his dad did on kind of bringing to light some of these issues, and just generally how you feel like this should fit into how we're all thinking about loved ones that might struggle with mental health issues and substance abuse.
You know, when it comes to addiction and mental health, it all stems from behavior and some form of human suffering. And I think we have to do a better job of helping people with coping skills and addressing the traumas that people have gone through that lead them to act out and then use substances. I think a lot of times there's a quick diagnosis and there's just medications, which are often helpful. But I think we got to go back to some good deep-rooted therapy so that people can really start to understand where their behaviors are coming from and addressing their traumas and moving them from victimhood to being a survivor.
So deep-rooted therapy, I want to dive deeper into that because it's been reported that Nick headed to rehab, more than a dozen times over the years. Are those kinds of rehab facilities not in line with the kind of deep-rooted therapy you alluded to?
Well, I think they are. I think it's more on the patient. I mean, in my 21 years of experience, a lot of people don't know what they're up against, right? They go to treatment to kind of get off the drugs and the alcohol and to maybe just be given medications. And they don't realize that while they're in there is behavioral. And I believe that treatment centers have to do a better job of helping people with their generational family of origin dysfunction and just really helping them get to the root cause of where the feelings are coming from. If somebody's depressed, why are they depressed? It's one thing to say you're depressed, here's a pill. I like to get to the root core of why. So I do think that treatment centers could do a better job as us therapists too, but I also think the patient has to go in there and not go in to address just the symptoms of the behavior, but the behavior itself that's causing the way that they think and feel.
Makes sense. Now, and how much of this motivation does, in the end, have to come from the patient? Because, there have been reports that it was the parents, Rob and Michelle, that forced Nick to do this rehab stuff over the years, and because it came from the parents and not from within, that was the root problem here?
It's such a great question. Often we hear that the person has to want help. And I think anytime you're acting out or you're using substances, you're exhibiting the fact that you want some form of help. You don't like the way that you feel. Wanting help and having to get help are two different things. And I always go back to the science, and I explain to people often that if the consequences of a situation are not greater than the benefits, then the person has no motivation to change. So sometimes when you could push people in, the magic may happen, and you are correct. But rather than them wanting help, they have to get help. And wanting help, somebody who's on heroin may want help by way of methadone, but do they want to be abstinent? So there's a define wanting help. Addicts and alcoholics often look for the shortcut. They want to do as little as possible to get to the end result, rather than go to the deep-rooted causes of why they act out the way that they do.
Yeah, because it's a tougher road. It's a longer road. We're out of time, almost out of time here, Mike. But any messages quickly to families out there who do have a loved one that may be struggling with substance abuse?
Absolutely. Families don't have to wait for them to want help or hit bottom. When families feel that they want to get help for their loved one or themselves, and they're at the bottom, they can take that first step. You just don't have to just let them run your life and destroy it. You can take action even if they don't want to.
All right, Mike Laverde, thank you for your expertise this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anthony.
All right, 8:22 back here in Chicago. He was joining us from Scottsdale, Arizona. Got a lot coming up at 10 o'clock on Chicago Now. By now, you've probably, got your Christmas tree up. If it's a real one, you got to keep that thing alive. You got to keep it watered, right? We are getting some tips and tricks from a horticulturist at the Botanic Garden of Chicago. Plus, a social media expert is going to join us to talk about holiday romance scams and the red flags to watch out for so you can protect your loved ones and escape the holly and jolly for some hardcore holiday cheer. We are going to take you inside the emo-themed Christmas bar. It features cocktails like Snow Hi-Ho for lovers. All that is starting at 10 a.m. We hope you stick around for Chicago Now after the news.
Save big money.
It is now 8:25. Neighbors in North Park are demanding the city take action on a homeless camp. It follows several fires and explosions in the middle of Legion Park. The latest happened on October 28th. This isn't the first time it's happened, though. Back in September, the city cleared an encampment there because of illegal fires and what officials called unsafe structures. Neighbors want the city to establish safety buffers so their homes are safe from any fire threat.
You're calling 911, you hear somebody screaming, help, 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 so you call 911. You later find out that the person, burned their face. It's hard.
What am I going to do against an explosion? I'm a person, and we still are subject to explosions, and we can escape, but there's nothing we can do to stop them.
The Chicago Park District tells us it is reviewing the neighbor's proposal.
New this morning, Illinois could be just 5 years away from electricity shortages. This is according to a new report from a few different agencies: the Illinois Commerce Commission, the Illinois EPA, and the Illinois Power Agency. AI data centers and other big electricity users are booming. At the same time, the state is looking to close dozens of coal and natural gas plants. Without action, these reports say we could see higher energy bills by 2030.
The way that you fall asleep each night may lead to serious health problems. Medical experts say your sleeping posture could be triggering things like acid reflux and nerve issues like numbness and chronic pain.
Most experts say you want to sleep on your side with a thin pillow so you don't kink your neck, and bend your knees slightly with a pillow in between. If you do that, you're going to wake up, hopefully, without any neck pain, back pain, and no numb arms.
Doctors also say the wrong sleeping position can also keep you from achieving the deep restorative sleep that you need.
All right, cocktails to go became a big thing during the pandemic to help Illinois restaurants struggling to stay open. Well, now a new law making these things a permanent thing. On top of allowing bars and restaurants to sell drinks for delivery and pickup, this new law creates new rules that allow small distilleries to self-distribute spirits.
If you can get a cocktail to go along with your food, this is very, very helpful for the independent restaurants throughout the city of Chicago to offer cocktails to go along with food. So you can get, guacamole and a margarita. So it's very, very helpful.
That's a good combo right there. A recent survey in Illinois found that 54% of consumers say that they would be more likely to order delivery from a restaurant that also offers this option. This new law goes into effect July 1st of 2026. All right, 8:28. The CDC finalizes a major change in vaccine policy. We're going to explain how the hepatitis B shot guidance affects families here in Illinois.
But first, at 8:29, Caitlin is here.
It's going to be another very mild day. We've got sunny skies, quiet weather, back to the 40s. But the chance for rain returns tomorrow, as well as a few snowflakes before a very cold Friday. A full check of your forecast is coming right up.
Fox 13.
Breaking news, we just learned a woman is critically hurt after a possible hit and run on the west side of the city. Chicago police say the 40-year-old was found in the middle of 5th Avenue, right near Harrison Street and Homan Square around 1:30 a.m. She was taken to Mount Sinai Hospital with serious injuries as police investigate this morning the circumstances around that crash. Other news, whistles are sounding on the streets of Chicago once again, alerting the public that Greg Bovino and other border agents are back in town.
Roseanne has more on the impact of immigration enforcement once again in the city. Roseanne?
Well, here in Little Village, they're still feeling the impact from Bovino's first visit to the city. Residents are shaken and businesses are very concerned about the economic impacts. A procession of Border Patrol agents and their vehicles was seen yesterday, rolling right through stop signs. They were also cutting in front of other cars as they made their way to the Broadview ICE facility. And we're told 200 agents hit the street here yesterday, and that includes their chief, Greg Bovino. Whistles sounded near 33rd Street in Ridgeway, where Bovino was spotted with agents in tactical gear. Community advocates say at least 15 people were detained on Chicago's southwest side. Scenes like these have leaders in Little Village concerned.
And Gregory Bovino was here terrorizing the community and enjoying it. And that's what we want, actually, the community to see and the people, that these individuals are not going after criminals. They're going after innocent people.
Now, some local businesses tell us they were just beginning to recover from losses faced after Bovino and his agents' last visit to the city, and now this. In Little Village this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Roseanne, thank you for that update. Director Rob Reiner's son, Nick, is expected to make his first court appearance today on 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Nick Reiner was charged Tuesday with killing his father and mother, Michelle Singer Reiner. He was supposed to be in court Tuesday, but the hearing was postponed for what they say were medical reasons. Prosecutors have added special circumstances to the charges for allegedly using a dangerous weapon. And here's the interesting thing with that. That comes with the possible max sentence of life in prison or the death penalty.
The accused Bondi Beach gunman in Australia has been charged with 15 counts of murder. 24-year-old Naveed Akram was presented with these charges after waking up from a coma where he had been since police shot him and his father at Bondi Beach. Prosecutors say the two were targeting Jews that were there celebrating night 1 of Hanukkah. Authorities believe the shooting was a terrorist attack inspired by the Islamic State.
And another shooting investigation is ramping up here in the U.S. Providence, Rhode Island police are putting out enhanced videos as well as a timeline of the person of interest that they're looking for in connection with the shooting at Brown University. The attack happened in an engineering building classroom during final exams on Saturday. A judge has ordered the man convicted of killing a Chicago police officer to spend his life in prison. In July, a jury found 21-year-old Stephen Montano guilty of killing Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. Prosecutors say Officer Vasquez Lasso was shot 5 times while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Montano testified he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot him. Montano will be eligible for parole after 40 years.
An alternative Chicago budget proposal is moving forward after clearing the City Council's Finance Committee. The oppositional alder's plan does away with the higher garbage collection fee and modifies a ride-share congestion fee while adding in a 5-cent bag tax, legalizing video gambling terminals in bars and restaurants, and going after revenue from selling ad space on bridge houses and light poles. Allies of Mayor Johnson are asking for time to digest this alternative plan before voting on it.
I'm concerned that we are being asked to vote today on numbers that were not released yesterday, precisely because they could not withstand even a half day of scrutiny. If they cannot withstand 12 to 6 hours of scrutiny, they do not belong in our budget.
Oppositional alders say the main goal here is avoiding a corporate head tax they say could be a job killer. But Mayor Johnson says there's no data to suggest that it would hurt the city's economy. A budget does have to be passed by the end of the year.
Tonight, President Donald Trump will address the nation in a televised primetime speech. The address comes as President Trump finishes up the first year of his second term in office. His address is set to start at 8 p.m. Central Time. You can watch it right here on Fox 32 Chicago, on fox32chicago.com, and on the Fox local app.
Pope Leo is reportedly considering a major promotion for a Joliet bishop. He is expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks to be the next Archbishop of New York. The current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75 and could resign as early as this week. Hicks is currently the head of the Diocese of Joliet, and he was born in Harvey, grew up in South Holland.
If you haven't mailed your holiday gifts, make sure you do it today. The U.S. Postal Service says it is the ground shipping deadline today to get your gifts under the tree in time for Christmas. But if you want to pay more, and really who does, you can send your gifts through priority mail until Saturday. I'm always like, I go to the post office, I'm like, the cheapest option, no insurance, just send it.
Always.
All right, Caitlin, how's the weather looking for all of our mail carriers out there?
Today it's going to be actually quite pleasant. Today we have a thin cloud cover over Chicago to start. Temperatures back to the 40s, but we have changes coming. Of course, we can't hold on to the 40s. Well, tomorrow, the potential for rain to start off the day, and then temperatures are plummeting. A cold front's moving through, bringing the chance for some snow to end your Thursday. But then we have a quiet weekend ahead for all those last-minute Christmas activities. Temperatures around the area right now are mostly in the 30s. I see 34 degrees from O'Hare to the lakefront to Gary, but it is 25 in Aurora, 33 in Morris and Kankakee. So it's not too cold out there this morning, and by this afternoon, I do expect to be right around 42 degrees, which is above our normal of 36. Tonight, temperatures, they're going to stay fairly steady, dropping to the 30s by this evening, but then by early tomorrow, we're already pushing back to the upper 30s and low 40s, and highs tomorrow expected to be in the upper 40s. Some of us could be in the 50s, but we have the chance for rain, as I said. To start off, it's not going to look so good. We have scattered showers expected. So let's take a look at the timeline here. Our futurecast does show during the day today just a few clouds around. We're going to have dry skies until we reach tonight and tomorrow, mostly after midnight and even more so tomorrow in the morning, 6 a.m., starting to see some scattered rain, moderate rainfall possible even by 10 a.m. So this is going to be the first half of the day, potential for wet weather. Then we get a break before we could see a few snowflakes around by tomorrow evening. Then drier skies return for Friday, but it is going to be very cold. I'll show you that on your 7-day forecast coming up.
Thank you, Caitlin. The holidays can be hard for families with children in the hospital. So at 9 o'clock, we're talking with the Ronald McDonald House about creating a home away from home and how you can help. 8:42 now this morning, and a story that you probably remember. I know we do well here at Fox 32. Janari Ricks was just 9 years old when he lost his life to gun violence on Chicago's near North Side. So now his mother is on a mission to honor him by paying the kindness that he showed others forward. Jaleesa Ford founded the One Jar Foundation. She's here to talk more about their Christmas toy drive. And Jaleesa, it's so good to see you. I know that you have been so dedicated to this toy drive to help other kids for so many years. Tell us a little bit about the message behind the mission.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Losing Janari was very impactful for me, and a lot of kids was affected by Janari's loss and gun violence as well. So being able to turn my pain into a purpose has been a blessing and a mission for me as well.
And I know that Janari, we've talked about this in the past, he loved Christmas, so that's why you're so dedicated at this time of the year, right?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about him and the legacy that you want to see move forward with the One Jar Foundation.
Janari was always a chosen one, and he just always wanted to be a helping hand to his friends and peers in the community, and just always wanted to give back to his friends. And if he had $1, he wanted to find out how he can split it with his friends, you know? And it's just been a blessing to be able to continue his legacy and being able to be an impact to my community.
Tell me about the success of this toy drive that you've seen over the years.
Wow, so this year is our 6th annual. It's such a big deal, and each and every year we try to get bigger and better. And this year we hope to serve as many kids this year as we did last year.
Some of the kids that received those gifts, I'm sure you're able to see their faces. Can you explain to our viewers what it means to them?
Yes, so gun violence has been a big deal in the city of Chicago, and losing Janari and his friends is being impacted by this, but it's been a blessing to just be able to see the kids smile and have them to come out to get toys in honor of my son and being able to continue his legacy.
Sure. So if people want to donate to the toy drive, is it too late to donate, and how can they help?
No, we are still accepting donations. You can visit us on our website at www.onejarfoundation.com. I have an Amazon registry link, and also I have a donation link for monetary donations as well.
Are you in need of specific items this year? Is there always something that maybe are at an age group that you always kind of fall behind on that you want to focus on?
Yes, we need more gift cards for the teenagers. Teenagers are really more being selected of different items because they're older, so we try to target the older kids a little bit more.
And then for children to participate in this, how can they sign up for participation, or are they selected because they're already a part of a certain group?
So we do first come, first serve. All ethnics are welcome, and we would like for them to come out and to get gifts and toys.
Tell me about the giveaway here that's happening on December 20th.
Yes, it's such a big deal. December 20th, we are hosting our 6th annual at 542 West Hobby Street, and we just want the kids to come out to see their faces and be able to get gifts and toys.
That's wonderful. And then, you know, how can we support you and your foundation throughout the year? If maybe people aren't able to participate or help out with the toy drive, how else can we help One Jar Foundation?
You can visit us on our website to find more information of how you can volunteer and get involved in our mission and movement.
All right, thank you so much. Good to see you again. Yes, and Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Same to you. Thank you.
Hey, Caitlin.
Good morning. It is going to be a mild day today. We have a beautiful start. You can see that camera behind me. It's glowing over our city. We've got sunny skies. Just some thin cloud cover. Temperature-wise, fairly comfortable. Right now, 36 degrees at the lakefront. Most of us are in the 30s right now, but we're on our way to the 40s today. Currently, it is 25 degrees in Aurora and 33 in Morris, 35 in Kankakee, and 33 in Valpo. Stepping out the door to that sunshine. I hope you enjoy it. The thaw continues today. But let's talk about the temperatures, because as we climb to the low 40s this afternoon, we have the upper 40s on the way tomorrow. But then the chance for rain is going to be here, and also colder temperatures are on the way by late tomorrow. So for today, this evening, 7 o'clock, temperatures already back down to the low and mid-30s. Tonight, after midnight, we have the chance for rain, but even more so as we head towards tomorrow morning. So your morning commute may be impacted by some scattered rain. Temperatures peak early in the day, and then notice by 3, we're already down to the 30s again. So we have colder air drifting in for the afternoon. Now, the best chance for rain tomorrow is going to be before lunchtime, but then tomorrow evening, we could see a few snowflakes around as those temperatures drop into the 30s. And then hello, teens. We are starting off Friday morning, 9 a.m., and it's 19 degrees. So we aren't going to be holding on to the mild temperatures. In fact, Friday's high, only 27. But this weekend, we are going to be warming up again. 43 expected Saturday, Sunday, 34. Next week, upper 30s to start off on Monday, Tuesday, right around 45. So today, enjoy that 42 before we have that chance for rain moving in tomorrow. Back to you.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. The CDC is officially ending its long-standing recommendation that all newborns get the hepatitis B vaccine.
Gabriela Primus joins us with how this affects families in Illinois. Gabby?
Well, Natalie, Anthony, the change marks an end to guidance that has been in place for the past 30 years. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s vaccine advisory panel says the dose at birth should only be given to newborns whose mothers have tested positive for hepatitis B. If parents choose not to vaccinate at birth but decide they still want to later, the agency just recommends waiting at least 2 months to get the first dose. In a statement, acting director of the CDC and Deputy Health Secretary Jim O'Neill says the change is about restoring the balance of informed consent to parents whose newborns face little risk of contracting hepatitis B. But vaccine proponents warn this could expose more children to the virus.
We've heard do no harm is a moral imperative. We are doing harm by changing this wording, and I vote no.
Hepatitis B is a serious liver infection. It's spread through contact with bodily fluids, and mothers can pass it to their children. While some cases are resolved in weeks, children are more prone to developing lifelong health issues like liver failure if they are infected. Here in Illinois, the state's Vaccine Advisory Committee voted unanimously just on Tuesday to continue the practice of giving all healthy newborns a shot, putting us at odds with federal health officials. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it.
8:49 now this morning, and a holiday tradition continues at the Music Box Theater. Hi, Jake.
That's right, guys. It's a Christmas tradition dating back more than 40 years. When we come back, we're live at the Music Box Theater telling you everything you need to know about their 42nd annual Christmas sing-along. We'll tell you everything coming up next.
Your go-to.
If you love holiday movies and want to sing that to the rooftops, from the rooftops, along with some Christmas carols, you are going to want to head out to the Music Box Theater on North Southport.
Yes, because for so many decades, Anthony, they have held this Christmas double feature sing-along. Jake reports it is more popular than ever. Jake?
That's right, guys. You know, for some people, holiday traditions, it's the Kris Kindle market. For some people, it's maybe going to see A Christmas Carol at the Goodman. But for movie fans, for more than 40 years, it's been coming to the Music Box Theater for their epic annual Christmas sing-along. We're here with Brody Sheldon, the owner. Brody, I love this. I have come out here many times. For someone who's never experienced this double feature, this sing-along, what can they expect when they come out here?
Well, there are two movies, It's a Wonderful Life and also White Christmas, but it's more than that. It's a sensory experience. People walk into the theater and it's decorated with Christmas lights. You smell the popcorn. There are carolers in the lounge. People are milling around drinking mulled wine and hot chocolate. People dress up festively in sweaters in big groups with matching outfits.
It's a whole vibe. First, and also shout out to your sweater, by the way, which is fantastic. You know, this thing has been going on since the 80s. This is the 42nd annual sing-along that you guys are doing. And it's at a point now where people who came to it as kids are bringing their kids to it. Why do you think it's become such a great Chicago tradition, not just for movie fans, but for families that really want to celebrate the holidays and celebrate Christmas?
I think we embody the Christmas spirit, and it's a really wholesome experience. People can come with their parents, with their kids. There aren't so many multi-generational spaces. It's good for an office party. It's good for a friend group. We appeal. It's just it's a lot of fun and a big celebration of the holidays.
And also one thing that I didn't expect whenever I came out here for It's a Wonderful Life, it's kind of interactive in the way that Rocky Horror Picture Show is. Like when the angel comes on, everyone had like a bell, and I was looking around going, what is happening? And then when the villain comes on screen, everyone hisses. It's a very interactive kind of thing, which I wasn't expecting.
Absolutely. And then also at White Christmas, people throw snow. Yes, so
fantastic.
It's a lot of fun.
And you know, obviously this is a lot of things happening here at Music Box through the holiday season, but you guys have some big stuff coming up next year. Correct me if I'm wrong, a third screen at the Music Box Theater, and when can we expect that?
Summer 2026.
That feels like an epic, like, coming this summer. We've got the third screen at Music Box. And as we wrap up, obviously the double feature here for the sing-along, it's White Christmas, it's a Wonderful Life, quintessential classic Christmas films. But you also have some really great programming of Christmas movies that are a little bit more unconventional Christmas movies. Case in point, what is the sold-out screening tonight?
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut, which people at home might be scratching their heads going, is it a Christmas movie? To which I say yes, you say
absolutely.
Absolutely. And last night you guys did what? You did Gremlins.
Gremlins.
Which is also a Christmas movie.
Yes.
See, guys, whether it's Frank Capra or Stanley Kubrick, we've got all four quadrants of Christmas movie fans. Brody, thank you so much. Good luck with the next screen next year. We're going to be out here for that. Congratulations on that. All right, guys, there's so much going on out here at the Music Box Theater, my favorite movie theater on the planet. Whether you want to come out and do the, hissing at the screen for It's a Wonderful Life, or maybe hissing at the screen for different reasons for Eyes Wide Shut. All movie fans, all Christmas fans, all people in Chicago, there's something to be had out here as we toss it back to you guys in the studio. I'm going to get some popcorn.
There you go. Music Box is such a great place. There's so much history there. Look at that. Jealous of Jake.
Thank you, Jake.
All right, it's 8:56. Chicago Bears, they're hosting their 37th annual coat drive, along with Jewel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sherway Movers. They're asking for your coat donations. Just drop them off at any participating Jewel Osco. This thing runs through February 16th. You can find more info online at chicagobears.com/coat drive. We'll be right back with our 9 a.m. hour right after this.
Patrick.
Well, welcome to our 9 o'clock hour here on Good Day Chicago, everyone. We appreciate you staying with us. Here's a look at some of the stories that we are following for you this morning.
The Border Patrol chief is back here in Chicago. We have a live report from Little Village where agents are once again stepping up immigration enforcement.
This morning, Nick Reiner is expected to be in court for the first time. So many people still talking about this tragedy in Hollywood. The charges he's expected to face, including one charge that could lead to the death penalty.
A bishop from Joliet could be getting a big promotion soon. We'll tell you who is on Pope Leo's short list.
Pretty cool stuff.
Very cool stuff. Let's take a live look outside. Time now 9 o'clock, checking in with Caitlin, and we finally got a warm up out there.
Nice and mild today. Again, yes. We've got blue sky. I see a few thin clouds out there today. It is going to be a quiet day of weather. We're just going to be thawing out, but we do have big changes happening between now and before we even get to the weekend. So listen up. Right now, 36 degrees outside at the lakefront, 37 in Gary, 35 at O'Hare, and 30 in Aurora. So a good mix of the 30s out there right now. But our futurecast does have those 40s returning this afternoon, right around 42 or 43 as our high. We're going to have sunshine as mentioned, and then tonight the clouds start to thicken up. Temperatures are going to stay mild tonight, and actually as we head into tomorrow, we're climbing early. This is 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we're in the 40s. Scattered light rain at that point. We could see some moderate rainfall by later in the morning, but most of the wet stuff is going to fall before lunchtime, and then the temperatures plummet, and we could actually see a little bit of light snow tomorrow evening. 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we are already flirting with 30 degrees. Now, as we head into early Friday, cold air is in place, temperatures in the teens, and then on Friday afternoon, staying in the 20s. Here's your 7-day outlook. So 27 degrees on Friday. That's what I mean by we have a lot to get through before we even reach the weekend. But then this weekend, more comfortable temperatures will be here. 43 degrees expected on Saturday, Sunday around 34. And then next week, we start off at 37 on Monday and 45 degrees expected Tuesday. Back to you.
Caitlin, thank you. It already felt so much better this morning, just stepping out like, oh, wait a minute, this is awesome. It says a lot about where we've been. Community advocates say at least 15 people were detained by border agents who are back in the city today.
Roseanne has more from Little Village this morning, which was hard hit by the last round of immigration enforcement here.
It certainly was. Well, a convoy of Border Patrol vehicles rolled through the city yesterday morning, and already we're hearing reports of sightings in Addison, Bensonville, North Riverside, and Palatine. But we have video of their visit here to Little Village. You could hear the whistles yesterday morning. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino spotted near 33rd Street and Ridgeway with agents and tactical gear. We're told there were 200 agents back on the streets here detaining people. Leaders in Little Village say scenes like that have residents wary about their safety, and that's hurting local businesses at what should be their busiest time of year. Governor Pritzker is sympathetic.
We were not given any notice by them, and they seem to already be deploying again with masks and unmarked cars and SUVs into neighborhoods. They call it enforcement. We call it harassment.
The governor says he did not know they were coming, as you heard, and has no idea how long they plan to stay in the city. In Little Village this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thanks, Roseanne. President Trump will deliver an Oval Office address tonight.
The press secretary, Caroline Levitt, says that President Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. That address is scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight. You can watch it right here on Fox 32 Chicago.
The CDC dropped its recommendation that all newborns get hepatitis B vaccines. It is the Trump administration's first major change to the childhood vaccination schedule. Now, babies born to mothers who test positive can get the shot within 24 hours. Other newborns would have to wait at least 2 months. The CDC's acting director says the agency is, quote, restoring the balance of informed consent to parents whose newborns face little risk of contracting the virus.
Well, the man convicted of killing this Chicago police officer is sentenced to life in prison. Following a week-long trial, a judge sentenced 21-year-old Stephen Montano in the death of Officer Andres Vasquez Lasso. In July, a jury found Montano guilty of killing Officer Lasso. Montano testified that he was afraid of police and did not intend to shoot the officer during the incident. Prosecutors say Officer Lasso was shot 5 times while responding to that domestic disturbance call that day. The president of the Fraternal Order of Police spoke after the sentence was delivered.
It's a loss they'll never get over. And she said Andres was the breadwinner for the family. He took care of not only his wife, but his mother, his sister, his niece, and that hole's gone forever. Not just the financial component, but the moral support, the camaraderie. It's just, and Hispanic families are very, very close, and that's just something that's never going to be replaced.
Montano will be eligible for parole after 40 years. Brian?
A federal jury sides with Chicago police officers in a red line shooting case from 2020.
That case centered on Ariel Roman. He was shot by former officer Melvina Bogart during a struggle in 2020 at Grand Station. Criminal charges were later brought against her. She was acquitted of aggravated battery and misconduct. COPA later found the shooting violated department policy and was unjustified. No damages were awarded to Roman.
A doctor in Kane County is in custody accused of sexually assaulting a teenager with an intellectual disability. 33-year-old Trevor Ralston worked as a hospitalist for Advocate Sherman in Elgin. He is also certified in pediatrics. He's since been fired and is now facing several felony counts of sexual assault. According to prosecutors, they say in late November, Ralston was staying at the same Elgin hotel as the 16-year-old victim. They do not believe that he knew the teen and say that the teen was not a former patient. Ralston allegedly followed the victim into a bathroom near the hotel pool, locking the door, then sexually assaulting them.
The search is intensifying for the Brown University shooter. Providence, Rhode Island police released enhanced videos and a timeline of a person of interest's movements. The attack happened in an engineering building classroom during final exams on Saturday. 2 students were killed and 9 others injured. A $50,000 reward is being offered for any information. A suspected gunman in Sydney's Bondi Beach massacre is now charged with 59 offenses, including 15 charges of murder.
Yeah, both of those mass shootings happening back to back just did a number on everybody over the weekend. 2 shooters, father and son, in this particular incident, killed 15 people on Sunday in an anti-Semitic mass shooting targeting Jews celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. 24-year-old suspect Naveed Akram remains hospitalized. His father died at the scene.
Nick Reiner, the son accused of killing his parents, legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle, will be in court today, where he will be arraigned on first-degree murder charges. The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday by their daughter. Nick Reiner is currently being held without bail. He has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who is best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed,
who got off on a murder charge. Second doctor sentenced for the overdose death of actor Matthew Perry. Mark Chavez is getting 8 months of home confinement and 300 hours of community service. He was facing up to 10 years in prison. Chavez was one of 5 people charged in connection to Perry's death. Earlier this month, another doctor was sentenced to 2.5 years in federal prison for his involvement in the case.
Now to a developing story that we are following. Warner Brothers is telling shareholders to reject a takeover bid from Paramount Skydance, saying the merger with Netflix is better for customers. Shareholders can still decide to tender their shares in favor of Paramount's offer. Paramount's bid is worth about $108 billion. The bid Warner Brothers accepted with Netflix is worth about $83 billion. An alternate Chicago budget proposal is moving forward after clearing the City Council's Finance Committee.
Still has a long way to go. They're meeting each and every day this week, everybody. The oppositional Alders plan does away with the higher garbage collection fee and modifies a rideshare congestion fee while adding in a 5-cent bag tax, legalizing video gambling terminals in bars and restaurants, and revenue from selling ad space on bridge houses and light poles. Now, allies of Mayor Johnson are asking for a little bit more time to digest the other plan before voting on it.
I'm concerned that we are being asked to vote today on numbers that were not released yesterday, precisely because they could not withstand even a half day of scrutiny. If they cannot withstand 12 to 6 hours of scrutiny, they do not belong in our budget.
They're looking for a veto-proof majority at this point, the 27 alders who proposed it. Oppositional alders say the main goal is to avoid a corporate head tax that they say is a jobs killer. But Mayor Johnson says there's no data to suggest that it would hurt the city's economy. A budget must be passed by the end of the year, so the saga continues. We'll keep you updated. There are reports that Pope Leo is considering a big promotion for a bishop out of Joliet. A whole new meaning to like our area is blessed, you know?
Well, Pope Leo is expected to appoint Bishop Ronald Hicks as the new Archbishop of New York. Current Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, has reached the mandatory retirement age of 75. Hicks is currently the head of the diocese in Joliet. He was born in Harvey and grew up in South Holland.
Somebody could get a very nice early holiday gift tonight. The Powerball grand prize has grown to $1.25 billion. Maybe the city of Chicago could buy a ticket. Yeah, help with the budget.
Pay off everything.
Yeah. Sure. This is the 6th biggest jackpot in Powerball history. Your odds of winning are 1 in 292 million.
Ooh.
Women's professional hockey is growing, and this weekend, 2 big teams are coming to Chicago.
Exciting stuff. We are talking to an all-star on the Minnesota Frost team just ahead. It's 9:10.
I love me some hockey. You know that. My son, avid player and fan. You're looking at less ice out on our lake, but professional women's hockey is taking over Chicago this weekend. The Minnesota Frost, they are coming to the Windy City to take on their opponents from north of the border, the Ottawa Charge. And here to preview the big game is our friend, gold medal Olympian, world champion, Kendall Coyne-Schofield with the Minnesota Frost. Good morning, Kendall. Always great to have you on here today. First of all, you guys are going to be at All-State Arena taking on Ottawa. You've won. I mean, Minnesota is a league champion there twice, if I'm not mistaken. What does it mean to be coming kind of back home here to the Chicago area since you grew up in Payless?
Well, it's honestly a dream come true. You know, from the very beginning, just having the PWHL and the professional league, you know, seeing young boys and young girls being able to grow up with the same dream in order to be a professional athlete. If they're good enough to do so and they want to do so, you know, now they can have the same dream. But and then to be able to come to Chicago is so special for me. Obviously, the All-State is not too far from home in Payless, and just having, you know, there's going to be over 150 family and friends there, and so many of these people who have supported me throughout my career since I was, you know, a little girl until now. and this is for a lot of them the first time they've been able to see me play in a very long time in person. So I'm very excited to come home. I'm very excited to bring women's professional hockey to Chicago, and I'm very, very excited to know how many people are going to be inspired after coming into the All-State on Sunday.
There are 8 teams currently in the Women's Hockey League. None of them is from Chicago. Do you hope that a visit like this to the All-State Arena might encourage somebody to say, hey, maybe we should get a team here in Chicago?
Hey, you don't have to convince me, Mike. I think that would be phenomenal. I think obviously we know how incredible of a hockey market Chicago is. So, maybe this is an indication and seeing how well these games do. Obviously, we play the first one. There's another game, a PWHL game at the All-State in March. So if you can't come in December, you can come back in March. But hopefully, these 2 games do really, really well, and it's an indication that Chicago can be a viable market. And obviously, you don't have to convince me otherwise.
Women's hockey is a growing sport in the U.S. What advice would you have, perhaps, for a young girl who's thinking about, maybe she started out figure skating and maybe wants to change the type of blades that she has and play the sport of hockey? What advice would you give that 7 or 8 year old girl at this stage?
You can do it. I started in figure skates and then switched to hockey skates because that's what my brother was doing. And I absolutely love figure skating, but my brother was playing hockey, well over 30 years ago at the formerly known Orland Park Ice Arena, now the Arctic Ice Arena, in which another rink I call home. But, I would say you can do it. It's such a fun sport. You can do anything. You can accomplish anything you set your mind to, as long as you believe in yourself along the way. And, hockey it's given me so much, more than I could have ever dreamed when I put on my first pair of skates in an outdoor rink in Orland Park 30 years ago. And here I am today, playing professional hockey, and it's been a whirlwind. But if there's young girls, young boys watching hockey and wondering, can I do that? You can absolutely do that. And as long as you have fun and you love doing it, you can accomplish anything you set your mind to.
Kendall, the PWHL is a young league. There probably hasn't been an awful lot of time to develop some bitter rivalries, but you're facing off against Ottawa here. Is there any, special rivalry that's developing between you and that team there from the Canadian capital?
Yeah, I think if people aren't super familiar with the PWHL, we actually played the Ottawa Charge in the Walter Cup final last year. Every single game against them went into overtime. We eventually won the Walter Cup in 4 games, the championship series or 5-game series. So we won in 4 at home in St. Paul, which was electrifying. But every game went into overtime. So every game in this league is so tight. It's so competitive. It's so fast. It's so physical. It's so skilled. And I know everyone that comes into the All-State on Sunday is going to want to come back for more, whether that's watching it on TV or getting into one of the 8 markets or coming back to the All-State in March. I think once you see it, you're always coming back for more.
There are some different rules in your league. I noticed that the way that teams score points, you get a certain amount of points if you win the game outright or if you lose the game in overtime. Run that down, and maybe also a little difference in how penalties are enforced even after the opposition scores.
Yeah, so you get 3 points for a win, and then there's a jailbreak rule. So if the opponent gets a penalty and they score shorthanded, the player is able to jailbreak out of the penalty box. Okay. And the power play is over. In addition, when a penalty is called, the team who got the penalty cannot change. So you may have 3 forwards and 1 defenseman on the ice if a defenseman took a penalty. So it definitely creates some different type of roles and responsibilities. But at the end of the day, everyone has to be ready to go if a penalty is called.
All right, Kendall, real quick, give us the time for the game here at All-State Arena this Sunday.
Give you the what?
Give us the time for the game against Ottawa this Sunday.
1 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, and I'm assuming that there's still some good seats available?
I hope so. Actually, I hope there's no seats available. Let's sell this place out.
Because you're going to have so many of your friends and family there, Kendall. That's great. Well, we appreciate you coming on with us this morning, and good luck to your team. And hopefully enough folks will see in Chicago how good this league is and say, we need a Chicago team, and let's bring Kendall. Let's get her from the Frost and bring her here to Chicago. Have a great day, and we'll see you in town on Sunday.
Thanks so much, Mike.
All righty. We will be back with more of Good Day as you see some of the info there about that game. Ottawa Charge against the Minnesota Frost this Sunday.
I'm Cassie.
I love that little chime. Yeah, 9:22 right now. Parents, guardians, aunties, uncles, godmamas, godfathers, all of us. It is our final push. Christmas is next week, and figuring out the right gift for the kids in our lives is tough to do. It can be a job in and of itself, so here to help make that job a little easier, albeit if you need to ship some of these gifts, your job is still hard because you need to do it like today. Mark Wickman with Camp Chicago. Hi there.
Hey, good morning, Anita. How are you? And good morning, Chicago.
Well, who is that next to you, too? I didn't get to introduce somebody there.
Oh, that's Bella, or commonly known as Baby Dog.
Okay.
She is my 7-year-old Chihuahua.
I want to make sure everybody got some love. Okay, so if people are new
Absolutely.
to camp, give us a preview of what you all do.
Sure, Camp is a family experience company. Here at Camp, you can play with any open toy. You can hop on a scooter. You can play basketball in the back of the truck. You can even drive the truck. You can make slime at our slime bar, throw paint at a spider paint room. And then behind our magic door is the Paw Patrol immersive experience here at Camp.
It's so awesome. I love it. Your team might have like the best jobs to a lot of kids and maybe adults out there. They play with hundreds of toys each year to find out which ones rise to the top. So work us through what are the absolute must-have gifts for this holiday season.
Sure. Okay, so our top must-have toys for this holiday season, number one coming in is the Paw Patrol Air Rescue Command Control Center. It is a fan and camper favorite. And then, of course, we've got our Camp One toys. We've partnered with Make-A-Wish America to donate 20% of proceeds to Make-A-Wish America to help make all kiddos' wishes hopefully come true. We've also got the Rail Cube magnetic monorail. This is awesome. our campers are just absolutely loving it. And of course, some of our go-tos are the cinnamon roll set and of course the lemonade set. And hopefully the weather will continue to get warmer where we can play with that outside.
I think that Bella was looking up towards the cinnamon roll set. I think that might have been her favorite there. It looked like she's waiting on something to drop. So I hear that there is
absolutely
a special experience for the Paw Patrol fans.
Yeah, behind our magic door, you get to immerse yourself into Adventure Bay. So you get to go through the Paw Patroller and play in the command center, fly high like sky on our zip line, go into Rebels construction site, Rocky's recycling zone, Zumo's beach, and of course, the famous Chase and Marshall racetrack.
Ooh, and looking at that video, it just makes you want to be there and experience it for sure. Tell us a little bit about like why you decided to do what you do. Why did you decide to go into this business?
Oh my gosh. You know, I think it comes down to passion and to bring joy to everyone around us. And here at camp, we believe in building community and working with each other, playing with each other, and really just bridging the gap between neighborhoods, between different municipalities, different ideologies. Just have fun. Here at camp, you can escape the outside world and immerse yourself in adventure. You can shop, you can craft, you can play, you can even celebrate your kiddo's big day here.
And that's so important, just having a place where everyone can escape, and maybe mom and dad can like let them run around and maybe get a little time for themselves too.
Let their hair down.
Yeah. You know, oh, play all you want. Thank you so much, Mark. We have our marching orders now. We have a place to go, everybody. And again, if you need to buy and ship, you need to get there fast and get out the door to the post office. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
And same to you. Same to you. 9:26, everybody. Still ahead at 10 a.m. A social media expert talks about holiday romance scams and the red flags to watch out for so that you can protect your loved ones. Ooh, that's going to be a good discussion. And escape the holly and jolly for some hardcore holiday cheer. We take you inside the emo-themed Christmas bar featuring cocktails like Snow High O is for lovers. All of that and more starting at 10 a.m. on Chicago Now.
Didn't it feel good yesterday? 40 degrees, sunshine. Okay, it was a little bit windy out there, but come on. We've emerged from the deep freeze. We've got some sunshine out there right now. And in general, this is a much more quiet weather pattern that we're going to have. Now, there's a little bump in the road tomorrow with some interesting weather, but the Bears game Saturday night, a game which you can see right here on Fox 32, kickoff at 7:20. Packers in town, kickoff time 36 degrees. That's about 30 degrees warmer than it was on Sunday during that extremely cold game at Soldier Field against the Browns. Now, here's what we've got out there currently. Temperatures, for the most part, mid-30s. 35 at O'Hare, Midway. We've got 36 degrees at Chicago Heights. Northwest Indiana, lots of 36s, 37s, including Gary and Maryville with 37. A couple of colder spots, especially west of the city. Looking at 30 degrees at Aurora's Airport and 32 degrees at Woodstock. But I think area-wide, we are good for a 40-plus degree day, just like we saw yesterday. Here's what our futurecast thinks. Temperatures will be right around noon. Lots of low 40s. If you don't quite get there, it's going to be mighty close. And it won't be as windy, so it may actually feel a little bit warmer than it did yesterday. Now, this evening, temperatures are going to plummet. We'll get very close to freezing, and then something strange happens. Overnight, temperatures, instead of continuing to fall, will actually rise, so that by 8 o'clock tomorrow, we're in the mid-40s. And that's good news because there's precipitation that will be falling at that time. And with temperatures like that, it's going to be all in the form of liquid. Then a cold front comes through. Temperatures don't immediately tank. We don't go from 48 to 28, but eventually we're getting down there. Teens, pretty widespread here tomorrow night into Friday morning. What about precipitation timing? Well, we mentioned it's going to be rain coming in here. Nothing going on during daylight hours today, a mixture of clouds and sun. It does get a little bit cloudier here tonight. And then tomorrow morning, here we are at 7 o'clock, and you see a little patchwork of some light rain coming through, maybe ramping up a little bit, 10, 11 o'clock, and then scooting on out of here. If there is some snow on the backside of this system, it's going to be patchy and light. I don't think anybody's going to have to shovel as a result of this, but we are going to have to endure one cold day here before temperatures bounce back up again on Saturday. So let's look at that 7-day forecast, which features a 48 tomorrow, with rain in the morning, 27 or so on Friday. Then we'll be in the low to mid 40s on Saturday. Let's go for a little cool down Sunday before a big warm up next week. I think we can be in the 50s here by Christmas Day with no more snow on the way. So if you're hoping for a white Christmas, you may have to bank on whatever's left on the ground. Let's look at some photos that came in from the Fox 32 weather app. Susie Brown showing us over Mundelein, a lot of those contrails left behind by jet aircraft going somewhere. Maybe somewhere warmer. I've got some friends that are on their way to Cancun right now, and I've demanded that they share pictures. How about this over Lake Michigan? Margaret Lecaros giving us a look there. See a little bit of ice out there, but a lot of that ice is going to be melting in a hurry in coming days. Beautiful shot there, Margaret. Then that looks like a colder lake scene there. You've got snow, ice, sand, and sun at Porter Beach. Greg Markey sending in that picture, and folks there bundled up amid the snow-packed and ice-packed shoreline along Lake Michigan. We thank you all for sharing your photos with us, Brian and Anita.
I can't help but think we got this weather thing mixed up.
Yeah,
we were supposed to have last week's forecast this week, and vice versa. Christmas is going to feel a little warm. That's a little odd. All right, everybody. Let's talk about one of our major stories today. Whistles sounding once again on the streets of Chicago, alerting the public that Greg Bovino, commander for Operation Midway Blitz, and his operation are back in town.
Rosanna has more on the impact of the immigration enforcement across the city. Roseanne?
Well, here in Little Village this morning, residents are angry. They say they have had enough of Border Patrol agents in their town. So lined up along 26th Street, let me show you some protesters, and they have been drawing a lot of attention, getting a lot of honking horns in support from passing traffic. We're told 200 agents hit the streets here yesterday in Chicago, along with their chief, Greg Bovino. Whistles were sounding near 33rd Street and Ridgeway, where bovino was spotted with agents in tactical gear. We are hearing reports, though, of sightings from Palatine to Little Village. We are told 3 people were detained in Little Village, and they are now being held in Broadview. We also understand they're trying to take them to Texas. Baltazar Enriquez of the Little Village Community Council says one is a 22-year-old who was knocked off his bike and detained at 26th and Kedvale yesterday. Attorneys are filing petitions now calling his arrest illegal.
What their plans are. Their plans could change at any time. And knowing Greg, he's a little sneaky guy. He's the Grinch that wants to steal Christmas. And we hope that we could fight that with our patrol team. So if 200 of his agents are out, there's going to be 2,000 of us out here in Little Village.
Okay, back live. We again are showing these protesters who are lined up along 26th Street. They had a little impromptu news conference a few moments ago. And again, just a lot of anger that just when things were beginning to get back to normal in Little Village, people were returning to the stores a little less frightened about any potential encounters. And now this, the agents are back in town. And as you heard, Mr. Enriquez say, they're the Grinch who are taking the fun out of the holiday here in Little Village. Back to you now in the studio.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Well, the holiday season can be very difficult for families who have seriously ill children. By the Ronald McDonald House of Chicagoland in Northwest Indiana, they help and keep families together when they need it the most. Carly Rizzo is one of those parents leaning on the Ronald McDonald House while her newborn son underwent a life-saving heart surgery far away from home. Thanks so much for being here this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
So when you learned about halfway through your pregnancy that your son Nicholas would need heart surgery, what was going through your mind at that moment?
We were honestly terrified. We didn't really know what to expect. We were overwhelmed with emotion. He had his first open heart surgery at just 9 days old at Lurie's. By the time he was 12 months old, he had 3 open heart surgeries, and we're about 50 miles in the western suburbs in Montgomery from Lurie's and Chicago, and we needed a place to stay, and for 349 days, we did lean on the Ronald McDonald House.
And what did that support mean to you and your family, not having to make that long commute every single day?
Honestly, I don't know what we would have done without the Ronald McDonald House. Traveling, 100 miles one day after having an emergency C-section and having another newborn because they're twins, and then also feeling that emotional stress of being at the hospital would have just been very overwhelming. The Ronald McDonald House was our home away from home, and we had a room that was very spacious, had everything we needed for our daily routine for our family. We had hot food that was ready for us after a long day at the hospital. And it meant so much to us to have been able to have that opportunity with the Ronald McDonald House.
And in addition to that support from the Ronald McDonald House, they also have a lot of volunteers. How did the staff of volunteers there help bring a little bit more joy to your family during that difficult time?
Yeah, the volunteers were amazing. They made our experience and our time at the Ronald McDonald House extra special. During the holidays, they have these gorgeous trees. To be with Nicholas together as a family and open those presents. And it was his first Christmas for both the twins. And it meant the world to us to be there together.
And Carly, for parents who may be in a similar situation right now, what would you want them to know about some of the support that's available through the Ronald McDonald House?
Well, the Ronald McDonald House doesn't just help people in Chicago. There were people from all over the U.S. that would come to Chicago for medical care for their children. And we didn't want to have to constantly think about our bills and how we were going to afford somewhere to stay just to be near our son. I didn't want to have to choose between my sick kid and having to go to work. And the Ronald McDonald House actually alleviated a lot of that stress by giving us a room to decompress and relax, the hot food to give us energy. It gave us the ability to be able to be near our son and to focus on his needs.
And if someone is watching this at home, maybe even thinking about volunteering during this holiday season, what would you tell them about the impact they can make for families like yours as a volunteer?
Volunteering is very important. There were so many volunteers doing different things during our stay. They really do care about the well-being of not just the kids that are in the hospital, but the families. And the volunteers are a huge impact of the charity. And it is very important that if you have the opportunity to volunteer, please reach out. You could go to ronaldmcdonaldhousechicago.org/get-involved. And you can see what opportunities there are throughout all the Chicagoland Ronald McDonald houses. And if you are able to make a monetary donation, you can also go to the ronaldmcdonaldhousechicago.org. Because every dollar does matter. Every volunteer minute very much matters. For 349 days, my family, we got to stay together and celebrate our holidays together because of donations and volunteers.
Oh, Carly, thanks so much for sharing your story. Your story is proof positive of some of the great work that the Ronald McDonald House is doing here in Chicagoland. Thanks again and happy holidays.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, time is now 9:40 this morning. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with much more here on Good Day Chicago.
Save big money.
Today marks day 4 of Hanukkah, and over at River North and Glenview, it's Ima and Abba in Fulton Market. They've got some delicious specials to mark the holiday. The man who is significantly taller than I, Chef C.J. Jacobson, is here to show us some of their delicious specials that they have running. In some cases, not just through Hanukkah, the specials are, but you have some of these dishes are offered year-round.
Yeah, that's right. In Ima Glenview, we have these sweet potato latkes, and we've had them since we opened.
Okay.
And they are a big hit. We love them. because we already have them on the menu, we're also offering these Brussels sprout, Parmesan, and shallot
oh my gosh,
Lockies. So 2 Lockies at the same place. I mean, you can really mix it up. Like maybe the kids like the sweet potato. Maybe the adults like, you know, these, whatever you like. We also have these at Ema, River North, and Abba in Fulton Market. So latkes everywhere for Hanukkah.
What was the inspiration, Chef, for using Brussels sprouts in a latke?
Well, if you ever toast Brussels sprout or had a fried Brussels sprout, you ever had that before?
Yes, yes. Yeah. It's the only way I like them.
That's the only way anyone likes them. So by shaving them and having them scattered throughout, when you pick up latkes, they're generally kind of shallow fried. So you get that same toasty, kale-y vibe going out through the entire latke.
Oh, that sounds good.
So that, shallots, Parmesan, kind of match made in heaven.
All right, what other dishes do you have here?
Okay, well, we have this beautiful lamb shank. This is served at Abba with potatoes, braised greens, and a beautiful truffle jus. Okay, lots of herbs on top. I'm a Southern California chef. I like kind of the brightness of things.
Sure.
Even though this looks like a very sort of wintry dish, which it is.
But I love the treatment here. Do you have to do anything special here to make that bone as clean as it is?
Just cooking it properly.
Just cooking it properly. See, that's what you have to do there.
It's a very chef answer, right?
Perfect.
Then at Ema, we have a chicken special here. So pan-roasted chicken, airline chicken breast. It is also with mashed potatoes and a pan jus, roasted carrots, and like I said, and beautiful herbs there.
Okay. What else have we got over here?
Oh, this is our mushroom hummus, and which we make for the vegetarian folks out there. Well, for anybody really likes mushrooms. Very, very fall, sort of like comforty dish. Lots of juices in there. It's fun to use our bread to swipe through, pick it up. Very, very yummy. On top of our bread here, you see it's nice and golden brown, but also has a spice sort of blend called za'atar. Za'atar
Heard of that?
Yeah, sumac, which is kind of a berry. So berries, sesame seeds, and thyme. So lots of different flavors going on there. When you swipe it through, that mushroom hummus is just delicious. And you could use the bread to swipe through everything. That's kind of how I like to eat, using bread as more or less a vehicle. We have crudité if you don't want to use bread, and we also have gluten-free crackers. So you're really taking care of any which way you go.
Okay.
For Hanukkah and the holidays.
Now, are there any dishes here that are specifically a Hanukkah special that you're thinking, you know, these darn things are so popular, we may need to put them on the regular menu?
Well, you know, it's funny you mention that because I've been talking about this for a long time. Like, why don't we just always have latkes on the menu?
Yeah.
But, you know, the thing is we always try to make them special for Hanukkah and the holiday season. So, alas, they're only on for a short time. But the sweet potatoes did make it on the menu.
Okay.
That's why they're stable, and that's why for the holiday we're adding another latke, having dual latke power prowess for Hanukkah.
Okay, beautiful. What about Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, real quick here, Chef? You got any specials coming up for those holidays?
We definitely do. We have like grilling, roasting kits at both Ema and Abba restaurants, and we also are doing a caviar special at Abba. So get it now. It's very, very delicious.
Osetra, or what is the...
Yeah, golden Osetra from our friends at Rare Cheese Cellar. Shout out, Roderick.
Can you come back here and bring maybe, you know, a couple of tins of those?
If I'm invited, you got it, my friend.
If invited, he will come.
That's right.
Chef C.J. Jacobson, awesome, wonderful here. Be sure to check out a couple of the lettuce groups there, Ema and Abba. Couple of favorites here. Let's see what Jake Hamilton is serving up. I am so excited, Jake, that you sent me that Emily Blunt weather thing yesterday. I think that's going to be a new Spielberg hit. What are they showing on the screen behind you?
You know that Spielberg guy, he's got the goods, I'm telling you. But
so
you
did
know
Frank
who else has the
Capra.
goods? Take a look behind me, Mike Kaplan. Frank Capra had it. Look at that. And look, you got the perfect scene there. You want the moon? I'll throw a lasso around it. Guys, we are out here, Music Box Theater. It's a tradition that's been going on more than 40 years, a double feature that you want to bring your families to. We'll tell you all about it coming up when Good Day Chicago returns.
welcome back. It's 9:50. You don't have to be a Christmas caroler to sing your favorite holiday tunes.
Well, the Music Box Theater is hosting a very special event where you can sing along to some of your favorite Christmas movies.
Jake joins us live with a preview of all the fun. You're going to sing Buffalo Gals once you come out tonight there from It's a Wonderful...
That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly, trust me, I would want that if we wanted just to tank the show. If it was the last day of the show, I would do that. Guys, listen, there are some movies that they put up on the big screen and they just make you feel something, right? I think this movie Over My Shoulder is one of those movies. A little movie called It's a Wonderful Life, 1946, Frank Capra classic starring Mr. Jimmy Stewart. You see him right back there. It is part of a double feature of a sing-along here at the Music Box Theater that's been around for more than 40 years. It's kind of become a part of families' traditions. We're here with Brody Sheldon. Brody, you're not just the owner here at Music Box Theater. You're one of those kids that was brought out to this double feature, to this sing-along, and now you've kind of started passing that generation, that tradition down to the next generation.
Yes, absolutely. So when I was a kid, my parents brought us, and now, starting about 10 years ago, I've come with my dad and then also my kids. So it's a real multi-generational experience.
And, you know, experience is the right word because, you know, you hear double feature and you might just think, oh, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch a movie. Or I'm going to watch two movies or watch them back to back. That's not the case here. This, you've been saying it all morning, and it's the right word for it. It's a whole vibe. Tell people what they can experience whenever they actually come out here to the sing-along in the double feature.
So it's kind of like a big family reunion mixed with a community Christmas party. There's carolers, there's decorations in the theater. People are dressed up in ugly Christmas sweaters and not so ugly Christmas sweaters. There's the organ, and it's a sing-along. The audience joins together with Santa and with the organist to sing Christmas carols. So there's a lot going on other than the double feature.
And, you know, it's also, you know, I didn't expect this whenever I came out a few years back, but I came to see It's a Wonderful Life. And instantly when the angel appeared on screen, everyone started ringing bells. And I'm looking around going, where did you all get bells from? And then when Mr. Potter appears on screen, everyone... Look, like right when he appeared right there, everyone would hiss. I didn't know that it's kind of fun and interactive like that.
Yes, absolutely interactive. And then we also play a White Christmas, and the audience throws snow. So that's also a fun tradition.
And you know, I think it says a lot that you guys started this in the 80s, and it's still going today. Now, in addition to It's a Wonderful Life, in addition to White Christmas, I love that you guys have sort of programmed some really fun, unconventional movies. Like you have 2 screenings today, one of which is sold out of what?
Eyes Wide Shut.
Now, that's a movie I'd imagine people aren't encoured to shout things at the screen.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. All right, guys, we're wrapping up here at the Music Box Theater. The sing-along, the double feature, it really is a whole vibe. It's so much fun if you come out here. And if you come out here to see Eyes Wide Shut, you know, I think Anthony asked Natalie Bomke earlier if she had seen it, and I just screamed and went, no, Natalie Bomke's too pure for that movie. But we'll bring her to It's a Wonderful Life.
Jake, I was just waiting for them to cue up Die Hard for you.
That too.
Oh, that's a whole... but the things I would shout, we can't put on TV.
Nothing says Christmas like Kubrick. Thanks, Jakey.
Let's send it straight upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago Now is getting ready to start. Hey, guys.
You three are going to be so jealous.
Oh, why?
We get to talk to the big guy himself.
The big guy himself. Santa. He is zoomed from the North Pole.
Believe it or not. So
From the North Pole.
To Santa, and we're going to ask him all the questions, the burning questions that you might have. We're going to try to think of all the things that you might be curious about with St. Nick.
No surprise, he is the #1 requested interview on Cameo these days. I was going to say TikTok. Cameo these days, no surprise. We are also switching gears as well in the wake of the death of Rob Reiner and his wife. We're going to be speaking with the brother of the late comedian, but the beloved Chris Farley. He's going to be speaking with us about his own family's experience handling addiction in the wake of that tragedy as well. All that and much more coming up on Chicago Now after this.
Radio.